Welcome back, everybody. Let's share, let's get it out there, guys. If you do want to see some debates, make sure you get this out there. This is unfortunately a topic that's not really popular right now, but I'm trying to make it. So if you want us to be talking about Canadian politics, then please share it out. Say to your friends, get your people in here. If you are conservative, please send a guest request. We could talk about it. Or PPC. I'll debate either one of you. But yeah, send a guest request. If those that were on my panel before want to come back up, you're more than welcome to. I don't mind. It's entirely up to you. Oh, here we how old are you? How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, how old are you?
21?
21. Okay. Are you in Canada?
Sure, yeah. How about you?
Are you are
So,
you
like, who
voting
should I
are you
vote for
voting
in,
are
like,
you voting
coming elections?
conservative? Are you voting
Oh,
conservative?
I don't know. I'm leaning towards conservative. I mean,
Why so?
they Trudeau's been in power for quite a long time, so
And
it's kind of better to
what's
swap
so
it,
great
right?
about the Conservative Party?
They just have a plan to make life more affordable right now. A lot of families are getting squeezed.
Um,
Like interest
under
rates are
what
like
regards?
high and stuff like that. Like how we're supposed to afford a house with such a high interest rate right now.
Do the federal government control interest rates?
Well, I think they could influence it, right?
The correct answer would be the Bank of Canada.
Is the Bank of Canada, by the way, a private industry or is that state controlled?
So who owns the Bank of Canada?
Yeah,
Where's the money
that's
coming from?
literally what I just asked you of.
Excellent question. I'm going to dig further.
So why are we paying interest to the Bank of Canada?
I don't know who you're asking. I'm not in Canada. I'm in America. I'm in a state that I was wrong, by the way. It doesn't border Canada, but it shares water with Canada. So
What exactly about the housing that you like?
Like, we live in the major cities, can barely afford, right? And it's such a hard time to find a job right now. I know so many young people like just they have trouble finding jobs. It's kind of
that's worldwide, not
depressing.
just Canada.
And like, I heard, my older brother, he's like telling me finding a job was so much easier under the conservatives. Just under liberals, like can't even get a job. It's like we're moving into like communists or something like that. I don't know.
Except it wasn't. First of all, you wouldn't be finding a job under communism. And if we were moving towards communism, you would be given a job.
So you think it's better to move in communism to get a job?
No, I'm saying if you're arguing that because it's so hard to find a job, we're moving towards communism, that argument's flawed. The point is it wasn't easier to get a job under the conservatives. In fact, conservatives tend to want to cut social programming that helps people get jobs. So what is the conservatives' plan for helping people find jobs?
Well, I'm not sure. Like, I'm still learning about this stuff. Like, all I know is they plan to reduce the red tape or something like that. They say like a lot of the government is causing a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of red tape. So that's eating a lot of our taxpayers' money. That's what I heard.
Diop, I got a question for you. Um, do you think that I, as an American, should vote for something that could affect other people without knowing anything about the subject?
Well, I mean, the liberals, I don't think
No,
left I'm better than the liberals.
I'm asking
So
you about me, not you.
sometimes you got to switch sides, right? And then if the other side doesn't work,
Diop,
you switch sides again.
Diop, I'm asking, should I vote on something that I don't
I don't want
understand?
to give you opinion. It's your matter, right? I'm just saying that If something doesn't work, you switch sides, and then if that doesn't work, then you switch sides again.
Diab, I'm asking, should I vote a certain way without
I
knowing?
answered your question.
It's a yes
Why
or
would
no
I?
question.
It's your own opinion.
I'm asking you. Should I?
Should you
By the
what?
way, thank you, Mello. I'm not trying to get a gotcha here, Diab.
Well, I don't know anything about the liberals. Like, what do I know about the liberals? It's
If you say
like
anything about liberals, I'm asking you.
Have you
I
read
voted
their
liberals in the
manifesto?
past, but then they haven't
Have
really
you
improved
read
their
their
life.
manifesto?
I voted liberals in the past. They haven't really improved. I mean,
Have you read their manifesto?
in the provincial, I voted liberals, but it didn't work. I mean,
You
in the
didn't answer my
federal,
question. Have you read their manifesto?
what manifesto?
Yeah,
That's no.
on their website that has an outline of what they want in terms of policies.
You able to kind of tell me?
Yeah, so this is from what they proposed in 2021, and I think they want to carry on. Now, you might have contentions with this, and we could talk about it, but this is what they plan. I think they have new things on their website as well. And this is stuff that they wanted to implement, and I think they want to continue to implement, which was to unlock home ownership, help renters become owners, committing 1 billion in loans and grants to develop and scale or own projects, help young Canadians afford a down payment faster, make
Is
the
this liberals
first
or is this
time
conservative?
home this is liberal, first time home buyer instead of more further. In fact, actually, I'm gonna go to what they have already done, because I think that's a little better to look at something that's already been done. 1 second. I'll find the if we go to the Liberal Party of Canada, they have Liberal Party.
So are majorities for liberal now or for conservative? Like, I'm not 100% sure. Like, because I live more in I live in an area that's more liberal. But it seems like I'm talking to more people.
Yeah.
They kind of want to. They're
So,
switching to conservatives right now.
well, this is the progress that they have done so far, and that's what they claim anyway. So if we go to the bit that's referring to, I think, so they have lowered income taxes for the middle class and raised them for the wealthiest 1%. That's not related though. Let's have a look at the housing. Oh yeah, build new affordable housing through Canada's first ever national housing strategy. So that's what they've done for housing. But there's a whole lot of things that they've currently done. So do you have any? Okay, I'm gonna read them off, and you tell me if you have conditions with what the Liberal Party has done so far. So they've introduced the new Canada Child Benefit, which gives more money to the families who need it most, lifting nearly 435,000 kids out of poverty. They have made $10 a day childcare a reality for all Canadian families and created hundreds of thousands of new high quality and affordable childcare spaces. They are banning 1,500 models of assault style weapons and moving forward with the strongest measures to combat GUN violence that our country has ever seen. They are delivering clean air and strong economy by making zero emission vehicles more affordable for Canadians. They're restoring the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement to 65. After Stephen Harper raised it to 67. They're taking real action in the fight for climate change, including putting a price on pollution. They're including the EI parental sharing benefit to provide 5 extra weeks of benefit when parental leave is shared. They are making housing more affordable by building more homes, cracking down on speculation and banning foreign investment. They stood up for Canadians when it came to unfair steel and aluminium tariffs and the renegotiations of the new NAFTA. They made historic new investments in better transit roads and bridges in communities across Canada. They lowered the small business tax rate from 11% to 9% to make it easier for Canadians to start and grow the company of their dreams. They lowered income taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. They unmuzzled Canadian scientists, reintroduced the long-term census, and made the largest investment in science in Canadian history. They legalized cannabis with strict regulation to keep it out of the hands of kids and keep the profits out of the pockets of criminals. They are protecting our coastal communities and ecosystems with the Ocean Protection Plan. They made significant new investments to end 132 drinking water advisories on reserves with work underway to end others. They introduced Canada Work benefits to reduce barriers to employment for low-wage workers and expanded the benefit this year to support 1 million more workers to help lift nearly 100,000 out of poverty. They launched the new Canada Training Benefit to help Canadians get the skills they need to their current of their next job. They diversified Canadian trade, making Canada the only G7 country with free trade deals with every other G7 country. They passed the Accessible Canada Act in advance the rights of and accessibility for Canadians with disabilities, more support for the LGBTQIA Canadians, including federal legislation to protect trans rights, and the first ever investment in LGBTQ service organizations. They're continuing to strengthen the public healthcare system, including by reducing the backlogs of surgeries that produces ensuring Canadians have dental care and continuing to address the opioid crisis. They took the first steps of national pharmacare system that will help reduce prescription drug costs for Canadians. They invested in women entrepreneurs and advanced pay equity legislation to women to get equal pay for work of equal value. They built new affordable housing through Canadians' first ever national housing strategies. We're almost done. I know this is long. New support for First Nations, Inuit and Métis people in Canada, including housing and water infrastructure, schooling, language protections, real actions to ban harmful single-use plastics 2021 to keep our oceans clean, more support for mental health care, home care, and caregivers, help Canada reach its goal of conserving 25% of our land and oceans by 2025, and creating good middle-class jobs in the green economy, including along the way, supporting our 1,300 public transit projects across the country to better help Canadians get around, create jobs and out pollutions, and support Canadian workers and business through the COVID-19 pandemic with Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, and more. Worked swiftly to procure COVID-19 vaccines and distribute them to provinces and territories to administer to Canadians, securing enough vaccines for all Canadians 2 months ahead of schedule. And last but not least, continue to work together to finish the fight against COVID-19 and build a stronger and healthier Canada for everyone. Do you have contentions with anything that I've said?
It sounds good on paper, but in practice, is a totally different thing, right? I mean, I think throughout history.
Do you question that any of that has been implemented?
I don't think. The thing is, you could put stuff on paper, but when you look at the reality, it could be a big difference, right? That's kind of where I'm looking at. That's where I'm leaning. Like, I think in the past, a lot of people told me to vote Liberal, but now, like, a lot of people are telling me to vote Conservative now. So it's kind of a switch. So, I have some coworkers. They're saying, like, if Trudeau's back, they plan to move to somewhere else. I was like, well, that was pretty. It's not just one. It's quite a bit. Like.
Well, Dion, here's the thing, right?
Somebody
can tell you to vote. Somebody can tell you to vote however kind of way. In the end, it's up to you. But and going back to what I was trying to get at you earlier with, is that it's up to you to be educated. And then once you make a vote, let's say, for example, or a decision, not even just a vote, just a decision in life,
I understand.
you have to be able to live with it. It's better to be informed and make a decision, even if it may be a bad one, because at least you then know the rationale you're working with and new information, as opposed to just voting or make a decision with no information whatsoever, and then wondering why you have the consequence of your actions being what they are.
Diab, what's important to you? Like, what do you value? What do you want in your life and care about in life?
I think affordable living, it should be for everyone, right? That should be and then based on merit.
That's what the Liberal Party want. That's what the Liberal Party want as well.
I feel like a lot of things are not based on merit anymore now. It's kind of based on who you know or what you know, or if you're LGBTQ, it's you have more favorable because I work in government, right?
More favorable anything.
Do you want a meritocracy? Is that what you're saying?
Pardon?
No, hold on. So if you think what I heard from that is housing and like basic needs being met is important to you.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of it is kind of
Do you feel like your government should support you if something happens and you cannot have those basic needs met?
But who's the one that caused it? That's where I'm kind of confused.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
I'm
it could be
still trying to figure out, is it the government that caused it, or is it the people that caused this,
that
right?
caused
So,
what specifically?
all the, inflation in the last couple of years and stuff like that.
No, but if you can't afford your basic needs, do you want your government to be supporting you through that?
Well, all the governments talked about supporting all this stuff, and it just feels like it never got better. That's the thing.
We've been able to stay stable, basically. Like we're in kind of an economic stagnation in a sense, more so than anything. A lot of people will claim that's not
Like,
true, but
I got, like, after COVID, I have a lot of friends who, a lot of went through they lived off the credit card, and had to do consumer proposal to feed like families and kids. It's kind of discouraging. And then they're working 3 jobs, some of them, right? And they're making like over $100,000 in Canada, and they're still struggling to get by. It's just the cost of living is
so
pretty bad. I mean,
I
I
don't
mean,
make over a
if the
hundred
liberals can fix
thousand.
it, I'm
Okay, but
happy. If we
yeah,
go into a conservative,
yeah.
sorry, if we go to like a communism system and fix everything in
Hey,
that, I'm
nobody's
happy with that.
suggesting communism. No one is suggesting communism. I don't understand how you have friends who bring in an income over $100,000 and
And single guy, he's single guy. He's
okay,
saying
as
over
a single
100 grand.
person living in
Well,
one
he
of
has
the
kids. He has kids,
yeah,
right? So,
please don't interrupt me. As a single person living in one of the most expensive provinces, I earn significantly less than 100K and I'm doing okay. So, it's not great, but it's okay. I can make ends meet. So I'm going to say there are other influential factors into why your friends probably are trying to pay off their credit card debt.
no, they did consumer proposal, so they got the credit card debt reduced quite a bit.
So then they probably have super high interest rates, and it sounds like a few financial decisions were
No,
made
if
that
you do a
got them
consumer
there.
proposal, your interest rate is zero.
Yes, but then you actually can't really get a credit card afterwards. Anyway, point
Well,
is, it
you
doesn't
could get a
matter.
secured credit card, right, to rebuild your credit. So that's what he
Chances
did. So,
are your individual circumstances have brought them there. My overall question for you, though, still is, do you want supports available to you if you cannot have your basic needs met?
supports as in what? Like, I mean,
Period.
I don't.
Period.
I mean, the only support I see that's helpful for young families is like the childcare, like $10 thing. It's helpful, right?
Yeah,
My
conservatives
friends
voted
who
against that. You know
my
that,
friends
right?
who told me their childcare was like $1,200 a month, right? So I think the
Well,
liberals helped with that. So
yeah, so $10 a day childcare, conservatives voted against that.
I see. But still, it's expensive. I mean, I'm hearing like people are like I've seen people with 2 kids, like the mother they can't work. They like because the childcare is still quite a bit. I mean, it's not just $10, right? It's also like if you
Yes,
there's
some
after
provinces refuse to accept it sometimes. There's a lot that goes into that. But the point is the conservatives are not the ones who are trying to make your life more affordable.
I don't know. I just feel like from what's the best word to say it? Like based on paper versus based on reality. I think reality life got more expensive, but based on paper, I mean, if it says they're trying to reduce it, but just I mean, I make pretty good salary, and then I don't feel like when it goes to grocery stores right now, it's kind of discouraging. I kind of have to buy a lot of look for deals and shop around for deals. I mean,
Yes, and
it wasn't like
that's
this
the
back in like
grocery
4 years,
stores.
four
The
or 5
grocery
years
stores are
ago.
doing that. Do you know why our grocery store prices are so high?
I have no clue, man. Like you got to tell me.
So
Like
there's
it.
several reasons, and I am by no means an expert in it, but since grocery stores are private companies and all their CEOs make just disgusting amounts of money, that's going to be a huge indicator that it has nothing to do with, do not carbon tax me,
Well,
Jimmy. Do not
oh,
dare
actually,
say it's
hey,
the carbon tax.
I was at a training with a farmer, because I work in government, right? So I meet a lot of
What
people
government,
around.
provincial or federal?
Um, probably keep that more confidential. But
Don't want to
I
work
work
at the
for
provincial level or the federal level?
I'll keep that confidential. But
Okay.
I met with the farmer, and he told me that he said the carbon tax made everything more expensive. So
The carbon tax that was implemented by Stephen Harper and the
yeah,
Conservatives?
I don't know. He just told me that he was a politician too, right? I guess he was a conservative politician. I was in training with him, right? So
Cool. So the tax his party implemented?
well, he's a farmer, but he's also he said the carbon tax just made everything more expensive for him to produce and stuff like that. So I was just talking with him, right? So he does like I think bull like some bull stuff, like cows and I think he sells bulls. So he's telling me how he just made everything. He's not even making any money off his sales, like when everything was so expensive, like last year and stuff like that. And he just said the carbon tax made everything more expensive. That's his words. So I'm just going by him, right? Because he has the hands-on stuff.
So you're going based on feelings.
But he's
and
also a politician, so he runs his own. He also runs his own. How do you say it? He has a team that does like all his analysis and tell him what to speak and stuff like that. So
1 second, guys. I'm gonna give another 40 minutes with this topic, and then I'm gonna switch it because I do need a little bit more traction as well. I need both, so I'm gonna do another 40 minutes of this topic, and then I'm gonna switch to talking about how the harmful rhetoric towards the grape culture is rising. So just to let everybody know.
how to what? Sorry.
How like grape culture is becoming more toxic, right? Because of like everyone's ideology and everyone's obsession about Donald Trump.
So what culture? Sorry.
Grape culture.
Great culture.
It's TikTok speak. Remove the G.
Yeah, like I say. But anyway, you can get back to what you were talking about. I just wanted to let everyone know.
Wait, what
Yeah.
happened?
So I'm just saying I'm just looking at the reality versus on paper. I would say it's kind of two different things. I mean, but the thing is, all politicians say I feel like all politicians are just they're trying to sell something, and it never gets never gets better in my opinion. I think there needs to be a fundamental change. I honestly think both parties are not really I'm not sure what the core of it is or what but I just feel like it's not I don't think Canada's going down to a good path. And I'm not sure whether conservatives can fix it or I don't think the liberals could fix it, and I'm not even confident the conservatives can fix it. So
Dev, it sounds like you want good for the country, but I really encourage you to look at the policies on your own and not only take the words of people around you and not even take our words. Like, I'm biased as all get out, trust me, but I just like if you do just want good for people and basic needs being met, just give a read over the policies and determine for yourself what you think feels right.
So let me understand if we're giving all the basic needs, because the thing is right now I feel like I don't want to sound pretty I don't know. I mean, I know this is a sensitive topic, but what I'm saying is like right now, I just go to a major Canadian city. I just feel like there's a lot of immigrants coming in, and I feel like they're just sitting there and just getting the benefits of Canadian people, right? And
But
how can we have
yeah,
that?
I'll tell you a fun story, Deb. So I'm actually a researcher. I am working to look at how to improve employment outcomes in rural communities right now. And I'm hearing from employers that, particularly employers in the food service industry, that the only people they can get to work for them right now are particularly immigrants and seniors, because people don't want to work in those jobs, which is, a big problem in many ways. And in fact, a lot of those companies, even in small rural communities, are only hiring immigrants because non-immigrant youth tend to not show up to work. So there's a
So
lot in there with the immigrant thing, and part of the challenge is employers specifically only wanting to hire immigrants.
so what is the young people going to do for work? Like the people that are 16,
That's an
17, 18?
excellent
Like,
question.
like those jobs should be reserved for them, in my opinion. I mean,
Well, that's the thing is employers it's private corporations, they get to make their own decisions, and we like the freedom of choice still. So,
yeah. Because when I was younger, I mean, I worked at a restaurant, and that was good. I earned some extra money in the summertime from that. That was great. But
yeah,
now I
it's
think
great.
like,
But my point is more immigrants are incredibly hardworking, and there's a huge misconception.
I understand, but what I'm saying is
that
like,
immigrants aren't, and two, they're often being brought here specifically by Canadians.
yeah, I'm just saying that from my observation, it feels like when I take an Uber, I play kind of both sides, and they tell me like some of them don't want to work because like he gets he doesn't want his benefits to be reduced, and that's sometimes when I take Uber, and then sometimes when I drive around town, I just I go to the heavy immigrant areas, and I just see them all sitting in an area. So, and I assume they're mainly collecting. Like I don't think they're working.
That's a
But
lot
why
of
are you?
sentence, though.
But what? Yeah.
So
Why do you assume that? Just because they're sitting there, they might be sitting there waiting for a job. They might have just gotten off of work. It could
They
be their
might work
day
overnight
off.
shifts. They might work
yeah,
the
it's
graveyard.
possible.
That
Yeah, I
You know.
agree.
lot
But
of
I'm just saying
people
that
But why are
it
you,
seems like
Diop? What makes you assume that they're
so.
doing nothing? For all you know,
Why
they could be
are
doing
you
more
in
than you
here if
do.
you're American?
Okay, what about it? So, like, I hear the same things. I hear the exact same things that you are saying here in America. The exact same things.
Yeah, but I'm not sure like
So
why are you
me
gonna
being in
mind
America has nothing to do with
Canadian
it.
businesses when we don't we're not
No,
infringing
I'm
on
not asking
American
about
politics.
Canadian businesses, Diop. I'm asking what makes you assume that people who you think are immigrants, because for all you know, they may not be immigrants. But what makes you think that people who you assume to be immigrants are doing nothing when they're standing around? They're just living their life.
Well, I mean, I'm in chats too, and then I'm in like immigrants chats, so I kind
I'm
of
not talking about
try to
chat. I'm
be
talking about real
in
life.
multiple places, and
I'm not
a lot
talking
of
about
them
chat.
say that.
I'm not talking about chat. I'm talking about real life. You said you drive around and you see people who are immigrants standing around doing nothing. One, you have no idea if they're immigrants or not. Two, you have no idea what they're doing. They could be on two
Well,
homework
I've
on a
dealt with some of
break.
them too, right? So some of them like they want to take cash jobs, so they don't get their
Okay,
income
some people want
reported
to
so
take cash
high,
jobs.
so they can
That's
still get
not
their
just
benefits and stuff like
immigrants.
that as well. Some
What
don't want.
makes you think that they're doing nothing? That's what I want to get to the bottom of. What makes you think they're doing nothing?
So I don't understand why you're not Canadian. I don't understand why you're
Me being
here.
Canadian
And
has
how
Doesn't
does it
answer
affect
the
you?
question.
me
Do
being Canadian.
you talk about American politics?
Pardon?
Do you talk about American politics?
No, not really. I mean, the only thing I watched was the debate
Do you
last
think
week
do you
between
think the people
Trump.
from different countries don't talk about American politics?
Well, I don't go infringe them and be like I know about their situation, right? I don't go
I'm not
into
saying I
Do you?
do.
I'm
American.
not talking about you. I'm talking about the rest of the other people. Do you think that the people that aren't from America don't talk about American politics?
I'm pretty sure they
Let's
do,
not
but
let's not
they don't go
forget.
into
Let's
details
not
where.
forget. Let's not forget. Piers Morgan has an entire show talking about American politics. He's fucking British, right? But he still talks about it. He brings people up to talk about the debate. So like this notion that just because you're not from the country in which you're talking about and you can't have an opinion is actually absurd. Right.
And
People
I'm
talk
not
about it all over the world all the time, right? Because people have foreign relations with other countries. It's important to know what happens in that country.
and I'm not even interfering in the politics or anything. I'm asking you as a person, as Diop, and the person I'm looking at right now, the person who has Karl Marx, by the way, in the profile. I'm asking you, okay? What what makes you think that the people that you see as immigrants, number one, are immigrants, and number two, makes you assume that they are doing nothing? I'm not talking about Canada. I'm talking about you.
What I think. I talked to
No,
some
no,
of
no,
them.
no,
I
no,
talked to the
no,
Uber
no, no,
drivers
no,
because I
no, no,
take
no.
Uber.
Hold on. Because you messed up
And
on
then
the
they just
question
give me
again.
some of the, they give me tips,
on,
right? I mean,
Dion.
they give me
Also,
tips on how
Uber's a
to.
job.
Dion, you're missing the question again. I'm going to ask you for a third or fourth time. What makes you A, think those people are immigrants, and B, make you think that they are standing around doing nothing?
Well, you can tell that they are immigrants, right? I mean, it's pretty distinct sometimes, right?
Yeah, are you
And when you're in
Caucasian?
Dion, Dion,
immigrant area,
I hate to tell you this, but I see your profile picture, and here in America, and I'm pretty sure most of Canada would probably assume you're an immigrant.
You definitely come from
so
an immigrant family unless you're indigenous.
Mm-hmm. So are you
right.
indigenous?
So I'm just saying, like, I'm
Are
just
you
saying, like,
indigenous?
there's like a lot of.
Dion, are you indigenous?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Are you white?
Anyways,
Are you white?
I
Are you
think
white?
I'll probably sign off because it's
Don't
really
run,
these
don't run,
questions are
Dion.
kind of getting.
No, Dion, I know they may be difficult for you. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm really not. I just you're not indigenous, and I was just seeing your picture. You're not white. A lot of people would assume that you're an immigrant. They would be wrong to, I assume. And I don't care if somebody's an immigrant or not. Don't run, Dion. Come on. And don't report. Come on. Thank you. People would assume that you're an immigrant, or the stupid ones would think you're an immigrant because you're not white. And then those who are indigenous they would assume you are because you're not native. Because you're not indigenous by your own admission. Okay, would they be right to assume that you're an immigrant? The silent is about to give birth to triplets. Diab, it's a simple question.
Hey, honestly, I don't want to answer your question because it's really pointless. Number one,
No, it is
I'm just saying from my
because
personal perspective and from I
you made statements
communicating with
about
them, right?
immigrants, Diab. You made statements
So
about
why don't
immigrants and the
you?
work ethic. All you have to do is either answer the question or admit that you're wrong, and I'll shut the fuck up.
I have no clue what you're even asking, Matt. And read the comments. I mean, a lot of people are just tell me
Comments
to
what?
drop the call because it's really pointless to talking to you because there's really no substance kind of talking to you because it's not getting anywhere, right? So
You
it's
asked
better
me-
that I drop the call
You
anyways
made comments
because
about
it's really
you
no
made
point.
comments about immigrants. I'm just asking why.
Pardon?
You made comments about immigrants. I'm asking you why. What makes you think they're immigrants, and what makes you think that they are not? They're
You could
standing
tell
around
they're
doing
wearing. You could tell that they're wearing the clothes they are wearing. The location where they hang out. Like in a Muslim community. I drove by a Muslim community. I drove by like an African community. I assume they're immigrants because it's just that area has been developed as an African community and a Muslim community. And I assume they probably got here within the last 5 years.
What does a Muslim look like?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm dropping out this call.
Don't run. What does a Muslim look like? Can a Muslim be white? Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, I don't really know what was so difficult about that.
Just was struggling to, I am imagining, deal with his inner racism he was slowly realizing he had.
Probably.
It's okay, Diab. I wasn't trying to get you on anything. I just wanted to have some kind of question and answer thing so I can figure out what's going on in that mind of yours.
Yeah.
Hey, how you guys doing?
How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. Are you voting conservative?
I'm not sure yet, but there's certain liberal policies I certainly disagree with.
Where are you leaning?
I mean, socially probably liberal, but fiscally I like a lot of conservative ideas. And there is something I wanted to say quickly.
Okay.
I've been in the lab a while. I remember when Diov made a point that he was unhappy with inflation. He wanted certain actions done by the central bank. So I did just want to clarify that point that you guys are right. You know, the central bank, their job is to operate independent from the fiscal government. So it really is supposed to be their decision where interest rate targets are set at. And I'm tired of people complaining about inflation because that's an effect of COVID. So that's why we dropped interest rates so fucking low, is to boost the economy. And inflation's a lagging indicator. So a few years later, we're still feeling the aftermath of that. So governments know inflation was going to happen 2-3 years later. They knew it was going to happen really hard, but they were doing it to smooth everything out to make the hit from COVID a lot less extreme.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I did do some reading afterwards too, and yeah, anyway, sorry, go ahead, Emily.
I was just say that space. Well, if you are like undecided and not really leaning towards conservative, I'm just gonna move on because I'm just looking for opposition right now. But I do appreciate you coming
Well,
up.
there is something we can definitely talk about that I oppose in terms of liberal policy.
Is it affecting your vote?
Yeah, for sure. One of the things you guys mentioned, you guys said that they're doing a childcare program, $10,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah,
Can you explain a little bit? Can you just recap what that is for me?
sure. 1 second.
I think what you basically said is if you spend $10 a day, you can have access to full childcare.
Well, there's two things. They introduced the new Canada Child Benefit, which gives more money to the families who need it most, lifting nearly 435,000 kids out of poverty. And then they had made $10 a day childcare a reality for all Canadian families and creating hundreds of thousands of new high quality and affordable childcare spaces.
So does that mean if you pay $10 that you can have a child like a full day of daycare every day for just $10? That's the way it sounds.
Um, made
$10 a
$10.
day childcare, right?
Yeah, it costs. I think it means it costs $10 for that. What's the problem with that?
Oh, I think it's a massive, massive waste of money to do
Why?
something like
Why?
that, to socialize something like that,
Why?
because most people don't know that taxes make the economy less efficient. So there's something in economics called like a dead weight loss. So you really shouldn't try to socialize the economy more than what's really necessary. And like I understand some people can't afford childcare. They should seek to help from their families. Like, hey, grandma, hey, family friend, hey, extended
What
family,
if
can
they
you
can't
watch my
afford
kid
it
for a few
either?
hours?
What if they can't do it? What if they can't
Then
afford
then
it?
then they need money through welfare. Then if they're really that poor that they can't afford the most basic things, then they'll get that from welfare. And we can have that discussion about if welfare is not enough, but we can't just socialize everything like dental and daycare and pretend like it's not going to ruin the entire economy and make everyone poor as fuck.
Do you know what the cost of childcare is and how to get into a daycare? Are you familiar with what that is like in Canada right now?
I mean, I couldn't give you like an exact number of what the average cost would be. No.
So it would cost the average of, a person's salary in many cases. So if we remove supports for an entire parent to be able to enter the workforce, we're going to lose a good chunk of our workforce.
So when you say it costs someone's entire salary, like what salary are you talking about? How much?
It's gonna vary from province to province, and I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, but a common point behind having supported childcare, and one of the problems why childcare is so expensive is because there's just not enough childcare in Canada right now, period. Like not enough daycares, not enough resources, but it legit from like the dawn of time of feminism, women's rights movements, and conversations around
Okay.
equity and pay, childcare has been a component of that because the costs of childcare often prohibit a parent from re-entering the workforce after birth.
Yeah, childcare is really important. Yeah. So how much? Like when you say a salary, like are you saying a minimum wage salary?
No, like a full-grown adult's living salary. So my
Like
salary, for example, again, I can't get
a
I don't
median
like to
salary,
specific-
like $60,000
Sure,
a
let's go
year
with
about?
median. I don't like to say specifics if I don't 100% know them.
Also,
Okay,
who does this really hurt? Because it seems like the only people
Everybody.
this hurt are the top 1%. I'm sorry, if it
No.
hurts their pockets a little, I don't really care.
I mean, look. So median Canadian salary, so that let's say that's about like $60,000 a year. So you're telling me childcare on average costs $30 a fucking hour?
This
That's
is
what you
$10.
think?
How
This
much
is
do you
$10
think?
a day.
Okay.
I'm just asking you because that's what you said. You said childcare costs the average Canadian the median Canadian salary. So you think childcare costs people $30 an hour for someone to watch their kid?
Yes. Do you know how easy that would
That
be to
doesn't
add
make
up?
any
A person,
sense.
so
That doesn't
a,
make any sense.
okay, take me, hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
Stop.
Because you're
No,
not
no, no, no,
thinking.
no, no, no. You asked me
Okay, I'll wait.
something. You
I'll
can
wait.
wait.
You're not thinking, but you go. Go. I'll
So
just say it after.
An average salary for a childcare worker is actually in BC right now about $23 per person per hour. You've got a minimum of one adult every 2.3 kids or so, I think they try for, maybe 3 kids. And then you've got the rental costs of a daycare association. You've got the food costs associated
Okay.
with the child. That adds up to $30
Okay.
pretty darn quickly, wouldn't you say?
Look, so here's where you're lacking common sense, okay? Okay, no, look, number one,
Oh, tell me.
just calm down and I will. Okay,
I'm
number one.
calm.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
I'm telling you
Telling
politely
a woman to calm
just to
down
stop
is
talking so I can
wild in
answer you.
2024. That's wild.
What? Okay, anyways. That's beta as fuck. Okay, anyways. Listen. Number one, a childcare worker watches multiple children. Okay. Number
That's why I
two,
said
this
an
is
average of
excuse me.
two
Hey, I let you
2.3
talk.
children
Hey, I let you
per
talk. Come
person.
on, come
Yeah, and
on,
you've
grow
also
up.
been
I let you
incredibly
talk.
disrespectful to me. If you're not going to listen to what I say,
Are you really this emotional? Like I let you
I'm
speak.
not
Can you control your
emotional.
emotion? Look. Can you just control your emotions and let me answer?
Gaslighting 101
Literally
at its
said
finest.
a
Can I
childcare
respond? I
worker
let you
walk
talk. Are you
you.
gonna let me talk?
You're
I
misrepresenting
let
what
you
I
go
said.
first. Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. As a host, I'm going to take
Why is my mic
recess
being muted?
because you're gaslighting and I don't have time for that. Let's not gaslight people, right?
Asking
That's
if I can
like,
answer.
yeah, can you just let me finish? I'm the host, so be
Okay,
quiet.
go.
Okay, let's not gaslight, right? Like, you trying to be like, you're so emotional. One, that's not happening. You're trying to gaslight. We don't have time for that.
You don't
No
think
one
she
is getting
sounds emotional?
We're just talking. We're speaking.
Okay.
We're having conversations. If you want to try to paint a picture that isn't reality, that's going to be on you, not
You
on
can
me.
disagree with me if I want. Can I
That's
answer
the
now?
facts. I'm not done. Do you want me to drop you so I can finish what I'm saying? Stop talking. This is my life.
Say
Thank
whatever
you.
you want to say.
Okay, thank you. Right? Can you give me any evidence that this childcare program is hurting the bottom line?
Can I finally say what I wanted to say now?
Do you have evidence?
Since I let you talk?
Do you have evidence? I asked you a
Excuse me.
question. I asked you to
Look,
provide evidence.
you interrupted me mid-sentence.
Can you provide
and now you're
evidence?
changing the topic.
It's not. It's on the same topic. You're talking about childcare.
Don't
and I'm
steamroll
asking,
me. Do you
I'm
really
not
think you're winning a
steamrolling.
debate?
Are
Look,
you kidding
can I?
me?
Can I?
Are you kidding me?
You're
I'm
muting my mic.
asking
I let
you.
both of you talk. Can
I'm
I just?
asking you.
You keep
I'm
muting my
asking you.
mic. Can I just
Now who's
talk?
getting emotional? Now who's getting emotional? Now who's getting
Yeah,
emotional?
because you guys. Yeah, because you guys are cheating.
Yeah.
You guys are.
Calm the fuck down and give me evidence. Give me evidence. I'm asking you for evidence that this childcare is hurting the bottom line. Go find it. And
Okay.
stop whining like a baby.
Oh, you feel tough. Okay, can I talk now?
Are you gonna give me evidence?
Wow, look at these people. They just mute your mic. They don't even let you talk. You know, in
And we
lives
have
where
someone that likes to whine and moan and cry, and then say that we're the
you don't
emotional
sound as
ones.
tough as you think you do.
So
Look,
just
Are
in
you just
lives,
gonna whine or are you
in
gonna give me
lives,
evidence?
so we can speak
in
on
lives,
evidence. I did look up to Stats Canada what the
in
average
lives.
cost per day for
Look,
childcare was, and it's actually $29 per day. So you were pretty close with your estimation.
okay, guys,
Can you give me evidence?
why do you think that
Can you
childcare
give
costs
me
the same?
evidence?
Hey, can you shut the fuck up so I can answer?
Evidence, please.
You're fucking annoying, man. Fuck you.
Evidence.
A bunch of
Evidence.
stupid fucking bitches. Fuck you. Have a good
Oh,
day.
I'm the emotional
Where
one,
is the
huh?
evidence? Where's the evidence?
I'm
Hey,
not gonna
everyone.
talk
Have
with
no
you fucking
evidence.
retards. See ya.
Hey,
Retard,
Oh,
tranny,
now the
tranny, tranny,
slurs.
retard.
hey, hey,
Oh,
everyone.
fuck.
Hey,
Oh
everyone.
my
Maybe please.
god, who's a fucking mature, emotional adult? Like,
Hey, everyone.
wow.
Maybe get some baby bottles in
Couldn't
the chat.
handle that a fucking woman was putting you in your place. Fucking grow up. Fucking grow the fuck up, dude. I asked you for fucking evidence and you couldn't even give me that. My god. Such a fucking baby. Such a
Hey.
fucking baby. My
Mhm.
god.
Yeah, baby bottle.
Hello.
How old are you?
28.
Say that again.
28.
28. Are you in Canada?
Yeah. Ontario.
Okay. Who are you? Are you voting for Conservative?
I'm not usually a voter, but this year I will be turning out to vote, and it's probably going to be conservative.
Okay. Why?
A lot of reasons. It's a long story I don't want to get into, but more or less, just the gist of it to make it more succinct is that the government is failing us. We need a change. That's
How
all.
is it failing us?
In many ways. What should I go over? What do you want me to go over specifically? Like economy-wise, the socializing
I
things,
mean, I don't
childcare.
really, I don't
What?
really care. Pick what is failing. How is the government failing us? You can go pick anything. I don't really care.
Okay, I'll start with the first one. Justin Trudeau is not an effective leader and
How
a
so?
person that coordinates a country and an operator. He's not a good operator whatsoever. He sits on the fence on a lot of issues. He's not decisive. He is a virtue signaling person. He's just there for optics, and I feel like his agenda is more geared towards a specific group of people, not the general populace. It's more
Okay.
towards his
Evidence?
elitist
Any
friends,
evidence for any
towards
of this?
his. Yeah, but there is evidence for it. There's a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Point it to me. Point it to me.
Okay. Well, we'll start off with the egregious act of the NDP and the Liberals passing a legislation that delayed the election just so Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau and all their cohorts can get their good pensions instead of actually having an effective
Yeah.
democracy
Show
where
me
the
the source
people
that
can
that
decide.
happened.
More
Okay, you can check the National
conservative,
Post. You can check the National Post.
More
National
conservatives
Post.
are getting their
National Post.
pension extended than Liberals and NDP combined.
That doesn't make sense. Everybody's getting their pensions regardless, but
Yeah, but
the
this
NDP did it in
change,
their interest.
this changed improved the lives of more conservative MPs than Liberal or
Where's your source
NDP.
for that?
Literally, give me 2 seconds. It's so easy to find.
All right, no problem.
Yeah. Where is your source?
I'm actually citing the National Post. That's what I'm citing. And it's an article
Yeah.
by Christopher
Title.
Nardi,
And
published
does
on
it
July
Title.
2nd, 2024.
does it say how many conservative MPs could benefit from this pension
Okay,
change?
the way pensions work is if an election is in place
Yeah, we're not
early,
talking about how elections work. I asked you
the pensions and the terms to the pensions will be nullified, right? So,
I asked you if your article speaks about how many conservative MPs are also getting their pension in addition to the Liberals and NDP. Or does it just not
okay,
mention the
I'll just pose
conservatives
a
that
question
benefit?
for you. Do
Also,
you know how
can you
pensions
give me the
work?
title? Can you give me the title for the National Post?
Yeah, no problem. We'll go over the title first, and then I'll go over the question after. So this is the title of Even NDP voters aren't crazy. Okay, it's written by Christopher Nardi, first of all. It'd be easier to Google it. Christopher Nardi, published July 2nd, 2024.
Do you
Okay.
know the title of the
And
article?
the title is called Even NDP Voters Aren't Crazy About Jagmeet Singh Propping Up Trudeau. Poll.
Cool. I'll give you, while she looks that up, a National Post article as well for you then. The new Liberal legislation would ensure dozens MPs secure pensions before next election. You scroll down that one a little bit, and it says, as a result, the primary beneficiary of this change would be Conservative MPs, 32 of whom won their seats for the first time in 2019. The second largest number of MPs to benefit are Liberals, with 22 MPs who would qualify. The NDPs have 6, and the Bloc have 20. So again, the largest benefiter from this change are the Conservatives, who now have 10 more people with their pensions than the Liberals did originally. The entire reason this change was made was in respect of a holiday. I believe it's, I can't remember which one, but it's to do with a holiday so that more people will be able to show up to vote. It has nothing to do with the pensions.
I'll agree to disagree on that one, but moving
Do you
along.
at least agree that the Conservatives are benefiting from this more than the Liberals and NDP are?
If you're talking about 10 conservatives
additional conservatives as opposed to the 22 liberals compared to the 32
No,
conservatives. That's a minute.
30.
That's a non-starter. That argument. That's such
Okay,
a
but then your
small
argument that
difference.
this
That's
was
an
done to
indifference.
improve their pensions is also a
It's not a
non-starter.
question of a conservative versus liberals or who.
Liberals
How
wouldn't.
them. That's
Why
based on the
would the liberals
seats,
do
right?
this to benefit more conservatives than themselves? Like,
That's not the question at hand. That's not their intention.
so why?
That's for them to decide based on the
You're
terms of their
upset.
pension, right? If they
Ma-
stop
Megan,
working
quick
at a
question.
certain time, they're not eligible
We
for
have
a
'em.
pension, correct?
Hey, Slacker, give me a second, please. Megan, you said it was the National Post.
Yeah.
What's the name of the article, please?
New liberal legislation would ensure dozens of MPs secure pensions before next election.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah. What was your question again?
I'm not sure what the point of the source that you gave me is. Like, what
That was an
exactly is
example.
this?
Okay, so I'm listing examples. This is one of a few things
You're
that I'm
just, yeah,
presenting,
you're
right?
just telling me
So
that some people
like, it's
don't like
not the
CNP, but
main.
like, that
Yeah,
doesn't tell me why or what the real issues are.
okay. It's not referring to the overall point. That's one of the examples within the context of what I was saying, right? So I can develop a bit more on that. I can keep going about other things that I think are reasons why I would be more inclined to vote for conservatives. That's basically the gist of it here.
Megan, you said it was new liberal what? I'm sorry, I missed part of it.
New liberal legislation would ensure dozens of MPs secure pensions before next election, and they moved the election date.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm typing on my phone. New liberal legislation would ensure dozens of what?
MPs, letter M, letter P, stands for
Yeah.
Member of Parliament, secure pensions before next election.
Your pensions before elections.
Next election.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And it was moved for Diwali.
Diwali.
Yeah.
DEWALA.
Diwali. It's the Hindu religious festival.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, everyone. I just wanted to make sure something was correct. And by the way, no name. I'm actually earlier for a citation as to where you're getting your information from or from what spot. You've not given it to me yet. I'm still waiting. All you said was it's a clear decline.
Yeah, I'm still unclear on the issues, to be honest.
So moving along, as I was just letting you guys talk there, but anyways, so in terms of the Liberal Party, I don't think they've really accomplished much in terms of strengthening our economy, our alliances globally, internationally, in terms of like policies and in our homeland, like in terms of immigration, how they failed us with that. It's evident. It's the
How did they
the
fail us
temperament.
with immigration?
On immigration specifically, yeah, I can go over that with you.
Yeah, how?
So just in terms of allowing an influx of people that have student visas that falsify their applications and they still let them into the country. And actually there was an
Wait, who
example, there
is
was an
doing
article
that?
about this that the government of India actually urged Canada to taper that off and slow down on that because there is an influx of those people that are coming here
Yeah,
and
where
doing
is
those
your
things and
evidence?
it's putting undue pressure on our I'll show you the evidence, no problem. That's fine.
So a really quick response to the economy claim. Ever since Trudeau was elected in 2015, the Canadian GDP has steadily risen, except for the one dip during COVID, and is still steadily rising. And that's from macrotrends.net.
I
GDP of
genuinely
Canada
think
is rising generally, is that what you said?
Correct.
Yeah, it's been on an upward trend after it fell greatly. Let's see. It was falling off really aggressively, and then after Trudeau was elected, it it had like a slight decrease in growth, and since then it's been steadily increasing, and it has exploded in growth the past 2 years.
Okay, I see. I'm checking that out right now. Just give me a second.
So Megan, what was the claim that led to this article needing to be mentioned?
Honestly, don't even remember. Like, I was looking up for the number of conservatives who benefited to confirm for him that conservatives benefited from the change more than liberals or NDP did. I don't actually recall why he was so upset by the change for the election date.
Okay, and you're saying that the conservatives do benefit from this, right?
Correct. There are 32 MPs who now get their pension as opposed to 22 liberals.
Okay, cool. I was just checking this out. Curious somebody in the comments. So this is a legit source. I can't remember who it was that said that National Post would not be a legit source, but it totally is.
And National Post, for context, they're very much a biased journalism source in Canada. They are a valid source, and I picked them specifically because it was Schlacko's source in turn.
Ah, okay. You're saying that this is what Slackos was using, right?
Yeah, he referenced it.
I did check out the GDP measurement.
Okay.
That is correct. You're right. However, I would argue that it's not the best measurement overall of an economy's health. It's just a one indicator. If you
I agree.
know about economics, there's a lot of indicators, right? So
Were
Yeah, I
you
think
able to find?
by
Were you
the
able to
way-
find
based on that
source?
argument.
I
Were you able to
wanted
find
to
a
say
source?
I wanted to correct myself on something. I didn't mean
The World Economic Forum would argue that if you're asking for a source, by the way, before, and sorry if
Well,
the
let me
lady
correct
interrupted you
myself,
there,
please.
but go ahead. Sorry.
I said it was an accurate one. I meant to say inaccurate. That you can't really use this as a source because nothing is cited here. It's just a bunch of claims, and I also checked out its biases and stuff like that. And yeah, it's very much biased. So you probably don't want to use this one. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
It's
cool.
ironic for me to use a biased source that actually supports the my points when it's biased against me. It brings me so much joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I was saying, moving along, that's in terms of the economy, I think the economy is not going to be doing well. We can see that the housing crisis is incoming in Canada. There's an impending crisis that's going on right now with the housing prices and everything. There's a reason why that's happening. Their policies in place were not effective. It's as simple as that. You can argue otherwise, but the proof is in the pudding, right? Who was the leadership in place? It was the Liberals. They were the ones making the decisions. I know provincially there are other parties like the Conservatives in Ontario and so on and so forth, but there's a lot of funding federally and so a lot of rules that are federally mandated that do assist with helping those types of scenarios, like people from other countries investing and using these houses as investing havens and not freeing up spaces for Canadian citizens and so on and so forth. The federal government has a big hand in that. So
But it's primarily provincial.
which part of the housing economy is mandated provincially, if you don't mind me asking?
Housing's mandated provincially, is it not?
Which aspects of it? Is it funding? Is it restrictions on zoning? Is it the tenant board? What I want to ask you, because you're asking me a question, it's not rhetorical, or I don't know if it's rhetorical or not, but I'm asking you a legitimate question. I just want to know where your head's at with this, because you're saying it's provincial, but the federal government has a
Literally
lot
said,
to
"Is it
do
not?"
with housing.
Primarily.
The federal government has a lot to do with housing, right? They literally provide funding to provincial and municipal governments for affordable housing, and they address homelessness. So the
So they
federal
provide
government is
money
also
to the
responsible
provincial
for
government.
on-reserve housing too on top of that.
No.
So they handle a lot of stuff.
You literally said it. They provide the money to the provincial governments.
And
They have a
what
say
the
in how they
provincial
do
government,
things. They should have a say, ideally, on how
and they
things should be
do have a
managed.
say because they get to, enter an agreement with the federal government about it. So it's the province who's misspending the money.
The federal government is giving the money to the province, right? It's a downwards effect, but they have the ability to mandate how it's spent, correct?
They
Yes or no?
get,
Can we agree on that at least? That they
they
can set
don't,
rules and provisions for that funding?
you want me to answer you?
It was a question. I'm done obviously asking the question now, but yeah, okay, go
They
ahead.
enter into contracts with the provinces. So just like any other contract, both sides get a say
And they have to abide by the terms once they're agreed upon, correct?
that they've agreed to.
Upon two same words, same thing, one
But
and the same.
it's not all the feds, and it's the provinces. Usually, too, provinces have to go to the feds with the plan that they want to do with the money.
There you go. Thank you. So
So the
now we
provinces
agreed
go to the
that the
feds,
province has to be at
but
the
they
whim
also
of
have
the
their
federal government.
but
They
they
have
also
to.
have their own income systems. But the province goes to the feds with their plans and their ideas, and it's all coming back to the
And the feds will approve it
provinces.
based on whether it's a good idea or a sound idea or not. So why
Going
is the federal government even allowing any of this mess to happen? Somebody's
so
in bed with somebody else. That's all it
the
is. There's a
the
lot of things going on right now that you don't think.
provinces. Again, I'm still stuck on this. It's the provinces' ideas, and the provinces are majority run by who again?
That's another story for another time. The provinces are in the pockets of a lot of companies, which is another reason why I'm
They're
even more
conservative
frustrated about
run.
this. Because the federal government has the ability to have the say-so to say, you have to build XYZ amount of affordable housing. You cannot do this. You cannot allow this for zoning. And therefore, they will be more conducive to helping the population and not business owners that are
Now,
corrupt, correct?
again, I am not 100% up to speed on this as I'm a BC resident,
Well,
but
I know.
no,
I live in
please don't
Ontario.
interrupt me. Please don't
I'm a
interrupt me. So
student
you
of
can,
public administration and
well,
political
then
science,
good.
so I know. Trust me. I'm telling you what it is.
Blackwell, please don't interrupt me. So you can speak to what happened then a little bit more maybe. So the feds gave Doug Ford money for housing, specifically to build as much housing as he could in small areas. He did what with that money?
There is building going on, but it's not in the right way.
That's not explaining what he did with the money.
A lot of the money was spent accordingly, but there are studies that show that there is a lot of money that is mismanaged, and also there's not enough affordable housing built, and there's zoning that is lacking, basically an environment where it's more community based rather than putting up condos, suburbs, just stuff like that. Basically, just a long story short.
I'm done. He's agreed several times that it's the provinces, but somehow it's still Justin's fault. I can't.
Yes, because the federal government has to mandate the rules. They're the ones telling the provincial government how to spend it, obviously. Well, what am I missing here? What are we missing here in this? What's the disconnect between what I'm saying and what you're not understanding? I don't get it.
Yeah, you're trying to blame Trudeau for the problem of the homeowners. The
Yes, because he's allowed to set the rules. He's allowed to restrict things. He can shut everything off tomorrow and rewrite everything.
The homeowners are the ones addicted to the high prices, right? They're the ones fueling that. So I don't
Yes,
know.
the
You don't
boomers
have
that
a
are
leg to
holding on
stand
to their
on.
house. Yes,
You
I
don't
get
have
it.
a leg to stand on to blame Trudeau for the
I
responsibility of
absolutely can't blame the
homeowners.
Liberal Party. This is not a Trudeau
Yeah,
thing. Trudeau
yeah.
operates
It's
in a
not Liberal
party. It's not
Party's
only him
fault
that
for
does
that.
everything,
No, it's
but
not the Liberal problem. It's not the Liberals' fault for that. You need to take responsibility of the actions that people are doing that are pushing the prices up. Not just blame somebody else because you don't want to take responsibility. That's fucking absurd.
okay, so how is it not absurd that you're not accepting that the federal government is allowed to prescribe rules in order to access more funding or to cut off funding if the rules are broken? How do you not know that? That's basic information. Something you can search up. What am I missing here? This is something you can Google, you know that, right?
Yeah, but what's
So
happening?
you're going to absolve any type of responsibility from the federal government and say, oh, it's Doug Ford's fault, or the BC minister's fault. What party's ruling BC right now, provincially, by the way?
You tell me what the Conservatives have planned. Why is
What's
their
the
plan
BC
so much
ruling
better?
party, by the way?
Who
I'm
cares
just
about BC? You're in Ontario.
they're even worse
You wanna
than
complain
Ontario right
about
now
you
with
wanna
their housing. They're
complain about
even
what the Liberals
worse.
are
The
doing? Give me a
NDP
better
are even
alternative.
worse in
You
BC
wanna
right now. So
complain?
this is not a
You
party
wanna
thing at the
complain?
provincial level.
BC
You wanna
There's different
homeowner.
parties
complain?
everywhere.
Hold on.
Am I a
Let
BC
me
homeowner?
speak.
Are
Let
you
me
are you
speak.
serious right now?
Let me
Is that
speak.
a
Let me
serious?
speak. My God, I don't know why you're not letting me speak. Okay? Why don't you give me an alternative? What are the Conservatives doing? Like, you want to complain about what the Liberals are doing? Give me a fucking alternative. Stop complaining. What is the alternative plan? What are the Conservatives doing? Tell me what the Conservatives are doing. Because it's all fair and well you being up here being like, oh, the Liberals are doing so much problems if you don't even have a fucking alternative. What are the Conservatives doing? Or what is it another party doing? What do you want to happen? And is any other party doing it?
All right. Thank you for the question. Now, in terms of what's going on here, what you're doing is a logical fallacy called a false equivalence. You're saying that one party is ruling in the province of Ontario,
You did
and
not
you
even
are
answer my
refusing to
question.
compare it from the rest of the country of
Oh
Canada
my
when we live in
God.
Canada.
You didn't
And
listen
now
to
you're
a
saying, oh
word I
my God,
said.
and crying about
You
what I'm
didn't
saying.
listen to
So
a
how is this a
word. You
debate? How is this
didn't
a debate?
listen. You didn't listen to a word I
No, I
said.
listened to it,
In
but I'm
no way,
allowed.
shape, or
I have the
form
right to
did
go
I
back into what I
say,
said. I have
no
the
way,
right to
shape,
talk
or
about something
form,
else.
no way, shape, or form did I do a false equivalency. What the fuck? You're not even listening to what I said. I said, provide me an alternative to the plan that you are complaining about. You don't like what the Liberal government is proposing, fine. Then give me an alternative plan that you prefer. Because all it sounds like is you're just complaining for the sake of complaining. There's
Alright
no
then.
better deal at this point unless you can give me one.
The
Give me something
alternative is
that's better.
simple, voting Justin Trudeau out, but that's not the conversation right now I'm having. I'm going
What is a
back to
better
a point.
plan?
I'm
What do you
backtracking
want?
to another point so
You're
that
not responding to
you're
me. You're not
okay.
responding to me.
The
Answer my question.
simple
What is a better
voting Justin
solution?
Trudeau out. Simple, but that's
That's not a
not what the answer.
solution.
Yes,
What
it
is
is.
that
It's
gonna do for the
absolutely a
prices?
solution.
Yeah,
It's
you vote
absolutely
Trudeau
a
out,
solution.
but what
Better
has the Conservatives
economic
got?
policy. Better
Yeah,
economic
you can't
policy
confirm
equals
that
better
because you
prices.
can't give me a plan that the
Simple.
Conservatives are proposing. So you
Better
vote Trudeau
economic
out.
policy. What
What do you have to evidence that
A
the
new
person that's coming
government
in has a
will
better
impose
plan?
better
What do you
economic
have?
policy.
Yeah, no, you didn't. Give me that. Show
The
me the proposal.
platform that the conservatives are proposing. Simple.
Yeah, show that to me.
You don't know their platform? You're a political analyst, TikToker, and you don't know the platform of the opposing party? Are you serious right
What
now?
is their plan? Do you know it?
Are you seriously telling me you don't know what their plan is?
I
And
Do
would
you
you
know?
watch
Do
the
you know what
news?
it is? Do you know what it is?
I can go over the economic plan that they have
um
with you. I would
Yeah,
love to do that. No problem.
share it.
I'd like to point out, by the way, Slacko, she does know what it is. She covered it earlier.
Okay, I wasn't there earlier, but thank
I
you
know
for
you weren't here.
keeping me up
That's
to
why
speed. Appreciate it.
I'm actually giving you grace on this one.
Have you actually read the
Yeah, all
manifesto?
good. Thank
Do
you.
you have you read the
Appreciate it.
manifesto of Conservatives?
I'm going over this with the person that's asking me to cite a source every 5 seconds. So if you don't mind, I'll pull it up before you ask me to cite a source so I can actually
I'm
have a source
asking
that
if
I can
you've
cite.
read.
So just give me
I'm
a moment.
asking
I
if
don't
you've
want to say
read
the
through
wrong
the
thing. I don't want to
manifesto.
be asked to cite a source. Let
I'm
me pull
asking
it
if
up the
you've read through the
manifesto.
policy
I have,
declaration of
yes.
Let me try
Conservatives.
I
something,
have,
please.
yes,
Both of
but
you,
I'm not a
both of you,
Wikipedia
please. May I
page.
try
I don't
something here?
memorize and transcribe everything for you at your
Slacko,
service.
please.
I'm going to find it. I'm
Slacko,
going to open it up, and then I'll go over it.
Slacko, please. Hold on.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. My
Emily,
bad. Go ahead.
Emily, may you please tell me what the conservative plan is?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I pulled it up whenever you're ready, but you go first. Sorry.
So I gotta find the bit where it says housing. Um, probably fiscal. No, not that one. There's a lot of things they cover in this. Let me have a look. Infrastructure, economic development. This might be it. Oh yeah, foreign. No. It could be infrastructure, but that's not really homeowners. Um, oh, housing. Here it is. Housing and homelessness. Which is 28. Okay. So 25. Let's go to 25. There's a lot that they cover here.
Are you trying to go over housing or the economic policy overall?
Yeah, it's housing. I'm just trying to find the section because they have a lot of things in their manifesto. So
Okay, well, I'm on their website if you want the conservative website and the charts that they
they
have
have
all
a
that.
specific housing thing, and I'm just trying to find it.
Are you looking under their policy
Oh,
declaration?
no problem.
Yeah, it's way down. That's why it's taking a bit of time because it's like right at the bottom. Like it's Here we go. Housing and homelessness. I know it was there. So the Conservative Party believes that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own their own homes and have access to safe and affordable housing. We support a broad-based tax relief, income support program, and tax incentives to make homeownership and rental accommodation more attainable and accessible. We believe that all governments should address homelessness by assisting in the provision of shelters and by recognizing, addressing, and seeking solution to contributing factors of homelessness. We believe the government should partner and link with the respective jurisdictions of provincial, territorial, municipal governments, business initiatives, and the work of social agencies and non-profit organizations in dealing with housing, homelessness, social infrastructure, and related support services such as skills development, literacy, substance abuse treatment, health and social development. We believe the government should work with the provinces and municipalities to develop framework agreements that help low-income city
Mimi,
dwellers
put down a little bit so I
access
can read it to you.
affordable housing through the use of tax incentives for private sectors builders. We recognize that most renters live in urban cities, and the pressures of population growth, as well as certain economic factors, have made it increasingly difficult for many renters to find housing. I mean, this is so vague. Like, come on now.
Do you want me to go into quantitative analysis? I have actual charts and things that they have as the recovery plan for the economy. You're talking about just a general overview of the housing plan, but I can go over the budget that they have planned, the deficits and spending that they have planned, economic
Yeah, where is
performance
that? Is that
outlook
on
that they have
the
planned.
party thing? Where is it? I can just
It's
open
a
it up.
CDF file. CP. I'll go over it with you. I'll go
Yeah,
on
what's it
Google.
called? Is it
Costing
on
can. Oh, my bad. What? Say it again.
is it on Conservative Canada, like their website?
So it's called. I think it's attached to their website, but it's a PDF that they have
Yeah. So
from the
is
Conservative
it
Party of Canada. That you can check
under
on Google.
governing documents?
Under the policy declaration. Okay, so there's a policy declaration
Yeah.
as a PDF file. I don't know if
Yeah.
you see that off Google.
That's what
There's
I was
another
just reading
document.
from.
Okay. So there's another one that's
Okay.
Canada's recovery plan. So let me just
Canada's
pull it up for
recovery
you.
plan.
2 seconds, let me get it.
Doesn't seem like it's on their website.
I googled it. I googled Conservative Party of Canada Economic Policy 2024.
Well, it's a bit weird that
Then the
it's not on their
second one,
website. I feel like
the
if it was
Conservative
legitimate, it
Party
would
of
be on there.
Canada is the link on the URL. So it is the website, but it's a PDF file on
Yeah,
Google.
all of
It's
these
an
things are
offshoot of the
PDF.
website.
All of these things are PDF. The governing documents that are on the website are all PDF. And I don't see what you're referring to.
You don't see. Okay, then.
It's
I
not on
guess you
their
don't see what
website
I'm
anyway.
referring
I
to,
don't know why
right?
it wouldn't be on their
So
website.
I guess you don't see what I'm referring to. What can I say? I told you exactly what to Google, where to go, and you don't see it, right? So let's just keep it at that, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, unless it's not on the Canadian
I really don't know what to tell you at that
diet.
point, but we
The
can move along.
fact that it's not easily found on their website suggests that it's not very.
It's the second result of my
You're
search
talking
query
about
that I've
Google.
quoted to you right now.
Yes, I've
And the
found
website
it.
that hosts
Psycho.
it is the Conservative Party of Canada. So what does
Can
that tell
you
you?
please stop interrupting? I
Who am I
found
interrupting, by the way?
you interrupted me just
You
now,
spoke
and
over me.
again. I found the document you're referring to, Schlacko. I'm trying to help you a little bit, but it's not on their government documents. It's not under their About Us. It's not easily found, which suggests it might not be part of their governing plan and pushing, like what they're marketing on.
The marketing for the I get what you're saying.
It
I
also
understand, but the
could
party.
mean
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
It also could mean that it is an old document that happens to still be on their WordPress server that you found through Googling, but doesn't mean it is actually up to date or anything legitimate if we can't source it back to where it came from.
All right then. My bad for interrupting you. Thanks for the answer. So
Do you want to know something really? Do you want to know something really interesting? The list of the Liberal MPs are far more diverse than the list of Conservative MPs. There's like literally no people that are other than people that are whitey, and mostly old whitey men. So I mean that should tell you something about the lack of diversity within the Conservative Party.
I don't really care. I'm black, and I could care less about diversity. This is a white country by default, so why does that matter? That's like saying in Somalia that there's not enough white people in the party,
The
in the
fact that
seats
you
in
don't care
Somalia.
about diversity is highly
It's like
concerning.
saying there's no diversity for white people in a Somali parliament. What does that even mean? Like, I
Yeah, the
understand
fact that you don't
representing
care about diversity is
equally.
highly
I understand
concerning.
representing our populace
It's
equally,
concerning.
but there
It's
does not to be an
concerning.
there does not need to be an
It's
overwhelming amount of virtue signaling.
concerning.
There are
It's
black people
concerning.
in the MP, by the way, of conservatives. There are
Not
Indian
many.
people.
Not
There are
many.
women.
Not
There are
many.
Arabs. There
Not
are
many.
no, not
Also,
many doesn't matter, but there are. So they
Not as many as
chose
in the Liberal
to
Party.
represent the general population. They chose
Not
to
that
do that.
many.
They could
I'm
have went
sorry,
the other
but
way.
one or two is not enough.
Do you know how many minorities there are in the Conservative Party?
Why do you think this is a
Do you,
white
no,
country? What
hold
makes
up,
this a white
hold up.
country?
Do you know how many the minorities are in the Conservative Party of Canada? Since you seem to know that, can you go over that, the percentage, as
Yeah,
opposed
not
to
many.
Caucasians or white people?
Yeah, really not that many. I'd average about maybe very minimal 20%.
Okay.
When you look at the Liberal Party, it's so diverse compared to that. It's like laughable how undiverse the Conservative
There's
Party
still
is.
quite a few Caucasian people, and there's quite a bit of white people in the Liberal Party too, but nobody's complaining about that. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
It's the
I'm
best
not
person
saying
for the job that
I'm not
matters.
saying I'm not saying that no white people can't be in the party, but I'm saying that the mix and the diversity is far greater, right? Compared to the Conservative. It's like I'm scrolling down and it's all I see is a white man, white man, white man, white man, white man. Oh, it's the white girl. White man, white man, white. Oh, it's a white woman. Oh, okay, maybe it's not Indian. Oh, like it's just
The
like
people holding
the
the seats
majority of it
in the
is
House
so
of Commons, basically.
whitewashed. Whitey washed. It's whitey washed.
I get
It's
it.
very telling of
I
their
get it.
views.
I see what you mean. Well, okay, how is it telling you their views? I just want to know because it's a
Because it's
debate.
really
I want
it's
your
really
insights.
undiverse. It means if that's what you have representing your party and it's
Yes.
particularly centered around a certain demographic of people, who do you think their beliefs are going to be supporting or targeting? It's probably going to be targeting majority of the white tea community and predominantly
Okay.
maybe men as well, right? There has little influence of other types of backgrounds in terms of creating policy that promotes equality and diversity. That's what the party doesn't have, and that's what it's not advocating for. Whereas when you look at other like Liberal or even the NDP, they have a
Yes.
more diverse people in their selection, so it's going to be targeting a more variety range, right? That's important, I think.
Schlacko.
Yeah, you know what? I get that being Wait, what? What'd you say?
Schlacko.
What? Yeah.
You say that you say Canada's a white country, correct?
In terms of the number of citizens and the demographics, I would say strictly based on that, yes. If you would
How did that come to be?
through a different means, obviously, settling,
Like what?
traversing borders, basically.
Would
Just all the story of settling,
would they hear first?
colonizing,
Yeah,
colonialism,
there we go.
settling,
Colonizing. Would they hear first?
immigration, etc.
Were
Movement.
they here first?
Were
But I'm
they
not
here
here. Sorry,
first,
sorry.
as in,
Sorry, hold on, Schlacko. I'm not in Canada, so it was wrong for me to say here. Were they here first? Were they in Canada first?
were white people in Canada first? Were they the first people in Canada? We don't know that. We can't trace that back. There's not
So
enough
yeah,
documentation to trace that back.
actually we do know.
Okay,
What
yeah,
people
go
were
ahead.
what people were here first? Oh, sorry, what people were in Canada first?
It is agreed upon that the first settlers here are of indigenous descent, whether it's from further south, like towards the states, related to Mexican people, etc., or straight up indigenous people from
Call,
this land.
calling indigenous people settlers is insane.
No, like people that settled from another country. That's the definition of settlers. I don't mean as in
They
a negative connotation, obviously.
that's
You know
that's
what I mean.
not no indigenous people were first. Period. There wasn't even in America back then.
There wasn't in
Well,
America
Indigenous people did
because
not immigrate to this land.
yeah, they didn't immigrate
there were people that were white that did set up societies and
before the
immigrated
native
here before native
before the
people even
indigenous people.
claimed any land. There were empty lands that were claimed by white
Are
people
you
and
saying that white
amicably as
people?
well that were traded. Native people did consensually sometimes actually consented to white people living here and allowed them. But
But
there
Yeah,
are
and
some people that are
well,
bad people like any other people
which
that did
people
evil
were here
things. But we
first
can.
though, BB? Which people were
This
there
is not
first?
a competition. This is not
yeah,
some
Which
type
ones
of
were
race
there
of who's there
first,
first.
BB?
Land is not owned by any human being.
Which people were
The
there
earth is not
first?
owned by us. We don't
This
own
is a
the
very
earth, right?
easy question. Which people were on the Canadian land first?
I can tell you. It's agreed
I can
upon
tell
that
you,
it's
it's easy.
indigenous populations that were
You're
here
right.
first.
Indigenous people were there first.
Well, what does
So
that
that does
even
not
matter?
make
What does that
Canada a
have to do with
white
anything?
country. That does not make
It
Canada a
today it
white
is.
country.
It is in this day and age.
no,
That's the only relevant
because
thing. We're
No,
not in the
it
past.
doesn't.
We're here today in 2024, right?
Wait, who's there today?
Like, okay, let's take an
Oh,
example
no,
of
no,
what
no,
you're
no. Hold
saying
on.
actually and
Who's
see
there
if it
today?
makes
Who's there
sense.
today? Did you say
Today?
that we're there today?
Today, there's a lot of people here today.
Did you
There's a
say
lot
that
of different
we?
cultures here today,
Did
but
you? Did
we
you
are
say
here in
that?
2024, as in time we are here today, in this day and
Mm-hmm.
age, right now.
We who?
The people,
The people? Which people?
us, everybody that has to
Us?
do with
Everybody?
this
No, who?
topic,
Who?
citizens, human beings.
Okay. So, do you agree that the indigenous people were here first? Oh, sorry, were in Canada first.
Yes, obviously, I would be silly not to agree that there are native
Okay.
people of this land, people that live as a
Wouldn't you
native,
say
like
that
any
that is
other
an
land,
indigenous?
like
Wouldn't
native
you say
to
that that is an
Africa,
indigenous country?
populations, or wait, say that again? My bad.
Would you agree that it is an indigenous country first before it is a white country?
That I would definitely agree on. I would
Okay,
definitely
cool.
agree on, but it would have been at that
Okay.
time. The things
No,
change, right? Things
wait,
change.
what happened to the indigenous people? Are they just no longer there?
No, they live
Okay,
here
yes,
and
yeah,
they
they're still
actually
there, right?
claim territory in this land. So that's,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
To their land, right?
What's your point?
To their land, right?
They, yeah.
Yeah, the
But
land
it's
that
shared
they
land.
bought and
It's
sold,
shared
and
with the
then
government
put
of
a government
Canada.
upon the land that they had, and then a bunch of people came over, took the land, and then put a government on it, right?
What do you mean put a government on it? That's how human beings have been
No,
doing things for eons. We've been
no,
settling everywhere for the rest of
that's
humanity. We will do that
and
as
we're
well.
trying to make up for our sins. Just because
For
we do
past
it
sins,
doesn't
we
mean
are
it's a
we are
good
making up for
thing.
that right now.
Yeah,
Unceded
and calling
territory,
it a white
provisions to give
country.
billions of dollars to indigenous people, and etc. We are paying for our
hey,
sins as
Vision.
white people are. I'm not me. I'm African. I could care less about that. But
So
white
once
people are
again, you
paying for our
interrupted
sins.
me. So I'm just going to start pointing out every time you interrupt me now, just for fun, because it's a
You
joy to
spoke
see you
over me
roll
again,
around in
but go
that.
ahead, please.
So it's
So,
not. Sorry, go ahead, Megan. Please go ahead.
so the point is it's an insult to suggest that, or to call Canada a white country. That is why this matters, and it's
Okay.
disrespectful to our work in truth and reconciliation and trying to move forward, and it's going to take an incredibly long time to do so.
Yes.
by calling it a white country. That's why it's a problem.
So a country that's 70% white is not white? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, I got a quick question for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating a piece of pizza. Um, and this will make sense. Just go with me.
Yeah, I'm bearing with you. It's okay. No worries.
Okay. So, do you think trans women are women?
I think they are women by a product of transitioning, absolutely, but they are not biologically women as of their origin.
Okay,
So
okay,
no,
okay,
they don't
okay.
represent
I
that
got it.
originally.
Don't worry about that part. This isn't necessarily going to be about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, what set of chromosomes do people associate with female?
My bad. Sorry about that. You said the case is the chromosome. XX, I'm pretty sure, right? And male is XY?
Okay. Okay. And male's XY. Okay.
Yes, pretty sure, yeah.
So, now, and this will tie up nicely. If a house is 96% flooded and 4% not flooded, is it flooded or not flooded?
If a house is 96% like fine and the 4% of it is flooded, or you're
No,
you're asking?
96%. No, 96% of it is flooded and
Okay.
4% is not flooded. Is it flooded or not flooded?
It would be flooded. Yeah.
Of
Well,
course. Of course.
okay.
Okay. Now, do you believe males can get pregnant and give birth?
Do I believe it?
Not men, males.
I know that they can't based on science. It's not about my belief. My belief's irrelevant in this situation, right? It has nothing to do with me. I don't make up science.
They. Please, let's not misgender. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing. If I were to tell you that a person who is 96% XY got
Okay.
pregnant and gave birth, would you believe me?
If they were, I don't know if
96%
men
XY.
can be pregnant. Like, do you mean
I didn't
men
say
that
man, I
transition
said
or something,
male.
or what do you mean?
I did not say man, I said male.
Or okay, male, I guess. Okay, yeah.
Would you believe me?
I don't think so, no. But go ahead if you want to
What?
present something to me. That's no problem.
Why would you not believe me?
I am of okay. Well, I don't like using the word belief because that would imply
No,
that
but
it is something
we're
that.
using it in a colloquial sense, not in a
Okay,
scientific sense and not religious sense.
okay, got it. So the reason why I don't believe that is simply because of the faculties that the two sexes have that are designed for each of them, right? The woman organs, the female variety of organs for reproduction, and the male variety of organs for reproduction. They each do their different sets of tasks, and they come together to do the job of creating a being, of giving life. That's the way I see it.
Okay, so you would say that somebody who is 96% male and 4% female would be considered male, correct?
Wouldn't somebody that's part male and part female be called like hermaphrodite or
96%.
something like that?
No,
Yo,
number
let's not
one,
say that. That's a
no,
slur.
it is not. That is considered a slur.
H person, whatever. Sorry.
And
Just say intersex.
Oh
number
yeah,
two,
my bad. Intersex.
the point is, you agree that 96% flooded and 4% not flooded would still mean it's flooded. Do you agree that 96% male and 4% female would still make that person male?
Yeah, it would still make them male. And to go back to your flooded part, any type of water infiltration qualifies as flooding, even 1%. So yeah, just put that there. Put that out
No,
there.
that's fine.
I used to work in construction, so yeah.
That's
point
fine.
that
I
out.
could have put fire. I could have put broken into by destroyed by earthquake, whatever. Right. The matter was the percentage, not how exactly it happened.
Okay, got it.
So there have been cases. Actually, there is a known case of someone who was 96% male and 4% female getting pregnant, giving birth, and they tested both the parent and the kid to prove that this is that person's kid. Okay.
Okay.
which would mean that a male has gotten pregnant, correct?
Was that the Beatty person in 1997, or the?
No,
I think
no,
I
this
heard
is
about that
about
story in
2000.
the
There's a
news.
case of that of this happening in 2008. Well, the record shows in 2008.
Okay,
If you
I
wish,
didn't
I
hear
can
about that
actually,
one.
if you wish, later on, I can actually message you.
I see it. I see it. Never mind. Never mind. Pregnant, quote unquote, man gives birth
No,
to
no, no,
baby
that's not what
girl.
I'm talking about.
2008.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Like I
my
said,
bad.
I will send it to you when we're done with this.
Okay, so what's the person's name? Like, who are they?
Well, hold on. This person is 96% male. Sorry, 96% XY, which is by your admission male, 4% female XX. This would be an example of how a male could get pregnant, right? Or would they be female?
I can't confirm the example. I don't have something in front of me that shows the
I can
story.
send it to you. Don't worry, I have it.
Okay, well, based on the what you're saying, let's say I agree to those terms of you sending it to me after, and I have to accept it as a condition of that, then yeah, okay, I'll accept it, and I'll say okay. Yeah, let's just say that you're gonna send me the article later or whatever.
I
and
am
it's
going to
true.
send it to you. I have it.
All right then, let's just say okay for the sake
Okay,
of argument.
cool. So cool, we got it. All right. In that case, would you say, and this goes back to what we said earlier, and I have to admit, you did throw a little bit of a monkey wrench, because I expect you to say no. So,
I hear you.
using that as an example, at least to some degree, you would be consistent, at least, in saying that a country that's 70% white is white. However, even with that there, the country is still is still an indigenous country. It's just that some white people came over and put a government in place that kept them down, that destroyed everything about them, and still tries to keep them down. And only recently has started to put in place essentially a truth and reconciliation project, right?
Yes.
Was that government legitimate?
Was the government of Canada legitimate?
Or did it commit some kind of egregious
Well,
crime?
technically, they were under the monarchy up until our Independence Day, which was July 1st, as all Canadians know. But at the time, the European
What I'm
settlers of
asking
the
you is,
time,
was it right?
was it
Or
right
was it
to this?
or was it one of the original sins of Canada?
Okay, well, I would argue that when I have okay, let's answer your question first. Yes, it was wrong if we are ascribing that to our morality and our compass of morality today when we know our mistakes from the past. At the
Even back then, it
time,
was wrong.
back then, it was wrong, but that was not the context of back then. Back then, everybody did that. That was
No, they
common
did not.
practice. Yes,
They
it
did
was.
not.
You can do your homework. It was. I'm from
No,
Africa.
everybody
I
wasn't
know
doing that then.
everything about colonialism and settling. I know all about that. And my
Everybody wasn't
family
doing it
are
back then.
victims of that. So I know. Trust
The,
me,
the
everybody was
last,
doing that
the
back
last,
then.
Fluffy, yes, thank you. The last, where was it? The last
The
residential
last
school
residential
closed in
school closed in
1996.
1996.
My bad. What happened? Say it again.
The
Come again?
last residential school closed in 1996.
Okay, are you talking about colonialism
No. We're talking about
infiltrating other
residential
people's
schools.
lands, or are we talking about
We're talking about
the
residential schools.
specific acts of residential schools? Because these
Yes,
are
the
two
active
different
residential
subjects.
schools, a lot of them were funded by the Canadian government.
And residential schools were specifically an act of colonialism and G-side, trying to, for educational purposes only, eradicate indigenous peoples from this land, or at least their culture.
Yes, that's right. We're
That is an
straying
act
away
of
from the
colonialism.
initial argument at hand
No, it
here.
does tie
The
to the
gentleman here was
initial part, which
okay.
is
Got it.
this is not that Canada is not a white country. It is a
Okay.
country instilled by white supremacy, but it is still an indigenous country.
I would highly disagree with the term white supremacy, if that's even allowed to be said here.
It
But like I
is.
was saying,
It is.
what?
You can dispute it all you want to, but it is. It was
Okay.
installed by force by
So
those
do you know
people.
why I even said that this is a white country? Do you know what the context of within why I even said that? I'll explain it to you if you want. It was definitely not to be an apologist for what white people have done, or whiteys, or whatever you call them. It was within the context of picking MPs and the diversity that the lady had mentioned earlier, when we were talking about the Conservative Party not being a good party because they weren't diverse. Logically speaking, though, if you're talking about a country with 70% of people that identify as white, why would you need an overwhelming number of minorities to represent the entire country? What's the need to be like for what is it for optics or something? Like I don't get it. Like all I was saying was simply that we don't necessarily need all black people or all minorities representing the Conservative Party because
Nobody
there
said
are
that.
enough to be
Nobody said that
able
was
to
needed.
look out for minorities. There are enough MPs that have firsthand experience within the cultures that they're in that can stand up for their people, that can have policies that are good policies and bills that are passed. That can still be done even if there are a majority of white people in the Conservative Party. That's a moot argument. That's not even a thing
Well,
that should be
no, it
presented as an
can't be
argument.
because
Right.
they'll be working. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead,
So it's
Megan.
actually proven that diversity improves multiple factors of, now this is specifically proven in business, but let's just say transferable skills. So it improves collaboration, it improves business financial outcomes. Like it has been proven that diversity
The
only
government is not a
improves,
business, though.
again, the skills are transferable, that diversity improves thinking, it improves people coming together, it improves functioning.
I'd like your source for that, please.
Sure, I'll find that. Like I said, it is about
Because there's a lot of
business.
countries that are not diverse
I was just gonna
whatsoever,
say,
and they're
again,
mostly
you
white people,
interrupted me,
and they run
but
just fine. So what, like, and they represent their minorities very well too, and they don't discriminate. So there's a lot of Nordic countries, European countries that are very fair to people, that are not bad to any minorities, and that are mostly white and MPs. So I don't know where that argument's coming from about diversity, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Welcome everybody. If you're just coming in, we were talking about Canadian politics. If you do have an issue, I don't know why I'm thinking of my last topic. If you are voting Conservative, feel free to send a guest request. We can talk about it. It's just a good proposition. Make sure you share it, like, let's get it out there. I was gonna change topics, but I might stick with this. I don't know.
I was just waiting for the kind lady to share the source about the diversity thing whenever she has a moment.
Not a lady. My pronouns are they, she. I'm gender fluid.
Okay, good to know. Sounds good. Got it.
Slacko, I'm gonna send you the link right now.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
No problem.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm still not convinced. I really would like to be on the side of the liberals, but like I was supporting Justin Trudeau when he came into office, but I don't see it now. I don't
Do you
see
only
it.
care about housing prices?
Oh,
That's a
Slacko.
big part of life in a country. Yes, being able to afford a house as a
What
young
about
person, to start a
what about
family, and
mental
to
health care? What about healthcare? What about abortion rights? What about things for marginalized communities? Does that do you care about any of that?
there are wonderful programs in place for all those people. As a young black man
Can
who has
you
grown up in
tell
community
me?
housing,
Can
I can
you
tell
tell
you
me? Can
firsthand
you
that there are
tell me?
wonderful
Can
programs
you
in
tell
place to
me
help
how
me
this is a
and
good
people
thing
of my
for
sort.
women? Can you tell me how this
Slacko,
is a good
excuse
thing
me,
for
Emily.
women?
There are
Hold on, I
wonderful
just want to
rights
say
for
this real
abortion
quick,
for women.
please.
Canada
Please,
is
let me
one
say
of
this
the
one quick.
best countries for
Hold
abortion.
on, I need to say this. Can you tell me why it's a good thing that conservatives are putting in place a policy which says that they give the right to nurses to refuse services, to refuse an abortion to women? Can you tell me how that's good for women? That's what your party want. Also, tell me why your party
Not my
also
party.
push back against a conversion therapy ban, right?
Okay.
Slacko, quick question.
Yes,
How am
go
I
ahead.
going to message this to you if your account is private and does not give me the message
You
option?
know what? You can just shout out the person's name. I'll Google it myself, if anything. Worst case.
I cannot shout out the
Or do
person's.
you
I
want to
can't
share
shout
the
out their
link
name
here?
because
Do you want to share the link in the chat?
listen. I cannot shout out the person's name because I'd have to go back and forth as far as saying each person's name.
Okay, so just worst case, I'll just follow you, and then maybe you can send it to. I don't know. We'll do it like that. Probably. We'll figure it out though.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
let's
so how
try to
about
do
this?
that.
How about this? I will tell you the name of the article, okay?
Or yeah, okay,
Okay.
real
And
quick.
when you're done, I've got my article for you to write down too.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, are you ready to write this down or type it in or whatever?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, pregnancy in an H person. I'm pretty sure you know how to spell the word.
Yeah, of course.
No, and they just want to make it a right so that nurses can refuse to give an abortion if they see fit.
What?
That's just as
There's
problematic.
no law that
What?
criminalizes or
Well, hold on,
restricts
Slacko,
abortion in Canada. It's
Slacko.
actually
Hold on,
false.
It's in their
Hold on.
manifesto. It's in their
Hold on.
manifesto.
You know what the
Slacko,
Bill
hold
C6 is in the
on,
provincial
please.
system of healthcare?
Have you read the
Slacko.
manifesto?
You know
It's
what
in the
Bill
manifesto.
C6
Oh my
is? Do you know what Bill C6 is?
Slacko. Hold on. I'm not done telling you the name of the
Oh shit,
article.
my bad. Yeah. Okay.
That's what I was trying to get you to just be quiet for a second.
I'm muting myself.
Thank
My
you.
bad. Okay.
Pregnancy and an H. I'm pretty sure you can spell that out. Let me get the rest, please. With a male predominant, a male dominant. Sorry, I was wrong. Male predominant mosaic karyotype. It's from May 2008. I would post a link here, but it's too long
No, it's
for
okay. I found
the
it. Don't
comment.
worry. I got it.
Thank you
Thank
very much. Now, please continue, you and Emily,
So
or
like I
whoever
was
else
saying,
would.
They
you
also
can say
want
whatever
to.
you
They
want
also
about
want to
these
end funding to
things.
countries that have abortion programs.
The
They
thing
want
is,
to end
the
their
bill
support of
has
that.
been
That's
written a long
wild.
time ago in 1985. The Canada Health Act cannot be superseded by anybody.
You
I
didn't
don't know what
listen to
you guys
what
are
I'm
not
saying.
understanding.
You didn't
The
listen to what I'm
Canada
saying.
Health Act in
You
regards to
didn't listen to
abortion,
what I'm saying
I
at
listen to
all.
what you're saying, but it's
No, you
irrelevant.
didn't. I
It's
never
highly
said they were
irrelevant.
trying to ban it. I never said they were trying to ban it. I
So
said they
what's
want
the
to make
argument?
it. If you would listen, I would tell you. They said that they want to try to make it so that nurses and doctors have the right to refuse patients to give them abortion if they see fit. That is just as problematic as putting in a ban.
That's the most
Right?
boogeyman argument ever.
Not to mention they also are ending funding for countries that have abortion programs. Right? They want to end their support for that.
So it's our responsibility to help other countries have abortion programs. We have to use our funding,
So you want to
which
be
could be used in
selfish?
our
You want to
own
be selfish and
country.
only think about yourself? Because that's what the conservatives
Unfortunately,
are.
yes, Canada has to
Yeah,
be
and that is
selfish for its
fucking
own
problematic.
people.
Yeah, that is
We're not
problematic.
here to help other countries,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
because you lack empathy and you don't care about anyone else. That's
What?
problematic.
So
Yeah,
a
that
country
is an
is supposed
empathy
to be
crisis.
taken
That's
care
why
of
the
by us.
conservatives have an
A
empathy
country
problem.
that's
They
its own
only think
country
about
has
themselves,
to
but they
be.
don't think
How is
about
that
anybody
economically
else.
sound? That's an economic policy. That's not a policy that's evil to say we shouldn't
It
help
is
people.
evil. It
They
is
can find their
evil.
own abortion services. They can ask any other country in the
Yeah,
world.
because you
Why
don't
does
care.
Canada
Because
have
you
to be
don't
asked?
care. Because you
Why
have a
does
lack of
Canada
empathy
have
and
They
you
such
can
don't
ask
care.
Germany. They can ask
Why
You don't
does
Australia.
care.
Canada
They can
You
ask
lack
any
empathy.
country in the Commonwealth, except, and they want
why
to
does
ask
Canada
Canada.
have such a good reputation globally, or used to at least?
It has it for many reasons, but it doesn't necessarily need to be for helping abortion.
Okay,
Things.
A good chunk of it is because
the
it's known for being
majority.
It has to do
it's
with
because it's known for being
immigration,
empathetic.
social programs, a
It's
lot of
because
things.
it's known for being an empathetic country. That's why. It has a lot of soft power. It's
Yeah,
notorious for its
pretty
soft
much. Yeah,
power.
you're right. We are a caregiver country in a lot of ways,
Yes,
but
and
not in a foreign aid manner. We're not
Yeah, we
regulated.
are.
We don't need to be
whoa, Slacko. Do you know how power works when it comes to governmental agencies?
in terms of the agency and power of a government.
Like state. Sorry, I don't mean
Yeah,
agency.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I meant state.
Statewide?
No,
State-wise, you mean?
state meaning like a country.
Okay, I get it. Yes, I understand what I see what you're getting at. Yes, but
Yeah.
continue.
So
Yeah,
there's hard power and there's soft power, correct?
that's right. Yes.
And even though countries, as a rule, have to have both, they tend to be more towards one or the other, right?
Yes.
Is Canada notorious for its hard power or its soft power?
I would say like 70-30 because they
No.
do
Is
they
it
have
more
the
known for its soft power or hard power?
well 70-30 would imply that it's more known for the 70 part, which is soft power, cooperative power, which is the ability to shape basically, let's say, through attraction. So being something that's attractive, like, oh, we're gonna let you into our country to help you if you're from a war-torn country, or we have great social services, or we take in
Well,
a lot of international students. That is
but
pretty
there's
much what
other,
co-optive power is. Yes.
well, as far as to other governments, it tends to be stuff like cultural, right? Like Canada is known for being a place where you can film, or it's known as being a place that in general has very nice people, right?
I agree with you 100%. That is a optic of what it is. Yes, being seen
Yeah.
as nice people, caregiving,
Yes.
people that are homely, take care of people, take
Yes.
them in.
And
Yes.
well, not just that. When it comes to governments, when it comes to other people, they're known for their movies. They're known for all these things, which are that are not inherently hard power. Just like, for example, Japan is known for its soft power. America is known for both its hard and soft power. That's what I'm getting at. So people know Canada as a place that is welcoming, that helps others, and as a result, they get help back.
But the thing
If
is
you
that you're
take out,
mentioning
if you
is
take
hard
out, hold
power.
on, Slacko, hold on. If you take that out of the equation and you become known as a country that does not care about other people, you will not get that care back, and you will lose the power that you have.
Not
And the only
necessarily.
thing,
No,
the
you
only thing
won't
that would
lose
take
it.
over, the only thing that would take over, that would have to take over, if we withdraw that soft power, would be hard power. And Canada is not a hard power country. It would just be decreasing its influence on the world stage. That's all it's going to be able
Okay,
to
yeah,
do.
yeah,
Britain's
you're right.
got
But that
worse
is
since
hard power,
Brexit.
though.
That
Paying
is
for
not a
people's
good thing.
abortions
Britain
is
has
hard power.
gotten worse since Brexit.
I'm not British, so I don't know what to say about that. But like, hard power
But
is
the reason why I bring it up is that's an example of when you go solo and you think about only thinking about yourself and separate from an entire like countries around you, you deteriorate. You get worse. So what you want is for your
okay.
country to get worse.
Once again, the European Union's issues have nothing to do with Canada. That's an
It does.
independent federal
Actually, it
country. No,
does.
no, it
Do you
doesn't.
do you?
Let's
It
cut it
does.
out here.
Canada
The
is
It
part of the
EU,
Commonwealth,
the EU
which is
is not a
also
part of
where
Canada.
England is.
Canada
It's
is
part of
not
the
a.
Commonwealth. Are you fucking
Well, hold on, Emily,
delusional?
Are you
Emily,
joking
Emily,
right now? Is this a
Emily.
joke? Is this
He,
Do you
he's
satire?
talking.
understand that
Emily,
Is
Canada's
this
part of the
satire?
Commonwealth?
Is this
Emily,
really
hold on,
satire? You're
hold on,
comparing
Emily,
Brexit with Canada.
Emily. What he's saying
Is
is
this a
that
joke right now?
Europe has nothing to do with Canada, which I
Thank you.
mean, one in a way is kind of wrong because we're all interconnected. Okay, what happens in Germany can affect Canada. They have German-Canadian relations, obviously.
Yes,
I'm using that
globalization
as an
is true.
example.
That's right.
Now,
Yes.
however,
Also the Commonwealth.
Emily, however, Europe is not part of the Commonwealth. I think that's what he's trying to say.
That's
He
right.
said
No, but
Europe.
England is.
I
What does that
know.
matter?
I'm
What does that even
trying to
matter?
bridge the gap here between the two of you, and I keep it over talked by both of you.
Oh, my bad. Go
What I'm
ahead.
saying to what mind you, Slacker, I just shot the same shot at Emily. Okay, so I'm not just picking a side here. I'm trying to be the intermediary.
No hard
Okay,
feelings. It's just a debate. It's okay.
so what I'm saying is, you did say that Europe has nothing to do with Canada, which is incorrect. Emily has said that it does because it's the Commonwealth, which is also incorrect. Europe is not the Commonwealth. England is the Commonwealth. We are all in agreement on there. I
Yeah,
am sure.
that's what I was
I
referring
get it.
to.
I get
Yes.
it. But what I
Okay.
was saying was that the
Okay.
That's what I was
Commonwealth of
referring to.
So
Nations.
from there, so hold on. So from there,
Yeah, go ahead.
Emily, Emily is right as far as Canada being part of the Commonwealth, which is England. So
Yes.
can we focus it towards that and not necessarily towards Europe, because that's a whole different thing
It's
entirely.
a whole different ballgame. That has nothing to do with the economic
Yeah,
relations of
I brought up
Britain
the
and the
Europe for a
EU. Is
reason as a
nothing
way of when
that
you
has to
go
do with us.
solo. Yeah, when you go solo, because England had relations with European countries, and
No,
then
they
they
had an
separated,
economic
and it got
contract. They didn't
worse.
have unions. They had an economic contract and they were
Yeah,
tied
they were part of the
between each other.
European Union, right?
Okay,
They
we're not a
had
part of a
direct
union.
ties with
It's
European
called a
countries around
case
them.
study.
Canada's not a part of a union, though. So what does that have to do with us?
Because I'm
It's an
giving you an
example.
example of when you go solo, when you
It's a bad example.
separate and you lose ties and you become so
It's a
nationalistic and
terrible
patriotic,
example, though.
you go worse, which is what you were referring to in
It's a
regards to
terrible
Canada.
example.
Not because the
Canada's
European,
already solo. We're already
it's
solo. We're
Here's
already
the
a
thing,
country
So
that
though.
what?
runs
You want to
itself.
cut ties
We operate
because you want to
Whoa,
ourselves.
stop the foreign aid.
Canada
Doing
is
this
not
solo.
saying
The EU is not Canada. Canada does not need an
we didn't. No, 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 no,
organization.
no, no, no,
We're
no.
not
Canada
the
is
North
setting my point
American.
at all.
We are not the North
Slacko,
American Union. We're
slacko,
Canada. America's
slacko,
America. Mexico's Mexico.
slacko,
European Union is
slacko,
another beast.
slacko.
It's not
I
us.
swear, slacko,
NAFTA.
slacko. We are not
What does that
talking
have to
about
do
your
with anything again?
slacko,
NAFTA, like all these irrelevant things.
slacko.
What does that have to do with
Please
anything?
calm down. Please lower your blood
These are
pressure.
random, irrelevant points that these people
Slacko,
do not know anything
slacko,
about economics, and it
slacko,
shows.
slacko. We already agreed that there was some kind of miscommunication there. So let's not run back to Europe, okay? Let's do like Brexit and cut Europe off in this conversation. It's about England. Sorry, Emily's thing was using England and Europe as an example of what happens when they cut off some of your power and what happens. That was it. That is a very apt example because that's exactly what happened. People at the time even said, hey, Europe, if you did this, it will hurt your power, it will hurt your finances, it will hurt everything. And ever since, England has been hurting. Okay? The same thing is the case with Canada. If Canada starts cutting itself off from other countries, it's going to hurt it. It's going to make it more nationalistic. It's going to make it a meaner and tougher place to live. Am I right in saying that that is a comparison you're making, Emily?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you knew anything about state power, once again, state meaning, countries, governments, and stuff like that, if you knew anything about that, even on a basic level, you would know that to be a fundamental truth.
Okay, I see what you mean. However, Canada funding programs for abortion to third world countries does not have any effect on us whatsoever if we
Yes, it
sever
does.
those ties
No,
for
it
that
does.
specific
It
program.
does
Because
because
guess what?
those countries have deals and trades and businesses with
Those are
Canada and with the
separate
people
deals,
in
though.
Canada and the business section of Canada. That is where its soft power lies.
Those are separate deals, and this is where hard
No,
power comes
so
in.
do you
First of
do
all,
you
hold up,
think
hold up.
one
Let's go
second,
over
one
the soft
second,
and
one
hard
second,
power
one
thing.
I
second, one
tried.
second,
I
one
tried.
second. Do you just think that like we should just not get involved then in the Israeli-Palestine conflict? It's not our problem. We should just
Absolutely,
let
we
we
should
should just
not.
so we should let a bunch of innocent children be unalived because it's not our problem.
They already are being unalived because of the mistakes
Yeah,
of the Israeli
you want to
government. That
promote
has nothing
that?
to
You
do
want to
with
let that
Canada.
happen?
Canada did not tell Israel to do that.
That's fucking
Also,
disgusting.
now you're
That
putting
you
words in my
have
mouth.
no
Now you're
empathy
putting words in my
for
mouth.
innocent children.
Oh,
You don't want to do anything. You just
the
want to let
world's
a bunch of
smallest
innocent
violin. Let me pull
children
out the world's
being
smallest
unalived.
violin.
Being
People get killed
unalived.
every day. There's people in Congo being killed
Yeah, it
for your
doesn't make
battery
it
in your
right. That's
iPhone.
fucking gross and
Where's your
disgusting.
where's
That
where's
you would
your
sit
outcry
here
for that?
and you would say that that's okay.
Where's your
That we
outcry
should
for
just
kids in
sit back
Congo being
and we
killed for your
should do
iPhone battery?
nothing. We should do nothing for a bunch of innocent children
What
being
are we doing for
G-side
Afghanis?
because
What are we
you're
doing
too
for
damn
Congolese
fucking
kids?
selfish
What are we
to
doing for
fucking
Kenyan
lend a
people?
hand and care about
What are we
anybody
doing
else.
for
That's
Somalis?
fucking
What are we
gross.
doing for
That's
Chinese
fucking
people?
disgusting. That's fucking gross that you don't care that much about innocent children being unalived, that you only care about your damn self. That's fucking disgusting. You ought to be ashamed of yourself that you
Let me
have
pull
this
out the world's
lack of
smallest
empathy for
violin
other
for you right
countries.
now.
No, I'm sorry, I can't hear this. This is fucking gross. For you to sit here and support a fucking G-side where Palestine people are being fucking unalived, children are being fucking unalived, I'm sorry, that's fucking horrendous. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. This is why you conservatives don't fucking understand what you're talking about. You would rather focus on yourself than fucking innocent children being goddamn unalived. It pisses me the fuck off. These people are innocent and you care about yourself more than them? You care about yourself more than that? That's fucking disgusting.
And I mean, just from a power level, that's not a good idea. Canada doesn't have hard power. They have competent soldiers, sure, but they don't have the hard power to take on most countries. They don't.
I really did want to ask him what hard power he thought we had. Because we what 30%? We have none.
I know. I was to myself, I'm like, man, he's clearly pulling that out of his ass. I mean, in cases of a conflict, the best thing Canada has, besides the fact that people all over the world really like Canadians, is maybe like it's like choice location for filming shit, and it's fucking environment. Okay,
Oh,
imagine
we'll lose that.
The environment one is a good one because who the hell wants to invade a country or go out a country that has like snow and mountains and everything as barriers? It sucks.
but overall, it would have no chance. Overall, with most countries.
I'm sorry, but that like was just fucking disgusting.
Somebody in the comments said Donald Trump should run Canada as well, and I've never been more horrified at the thought in my life.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Oh, hey,
Okay.
hey,
Are you
Alexa.
voting? Are
It's
you
been a minute.
voting conservative?
I'm definitely,
Are you
yeah,
in Canada, by the way?
yes, I live in Ontario.
Are you voting? Are you voting conservative?
Yes, usually I would vote NDP, but I believe the party is kind of misguided at the moment, so I don't. And I know that's a big drastic shift in terms of NDP and conservative, but I'm definitely
Okay.
voting.
Why are you voting conservative?
Well, I think the main issue, obviously, housing is not a simple issue because so much of our GDP and economy is tied to it directly. So you can't just, institute policies that would basically crash the housing market because that is so much of our economy. However, I do think that more needs to be done in that regard. And I understand it is a provincial issue, but that does not mean that there are not things that the federal government can do to address that issue, because it probably is the biggest issue currently for young Canadians, is that it's nearly impossible to even think about owning a home. It's ridiculous. The cost of living in places like, for example, smaller towns in Ontario, Ottawa even, which is not really kind of a very sought after destination. The cost of living there is more than some large cities in the US that are much more desirable in terms of salaries, better cost of living. So I think that's the biggest issue. And I think that no party really has addressed that apart from the Conservatives and then obviously the People's Party, which I don't support due to their more drastic right-wing kind of social policies.
Okay, but do you think that is that the only thing you care about though? Is housing prices? What about all the
Definitely
other
not.
things that the conservative doesn't take into account?
It's definitely not the only thing I care about, but it is, in my opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of young Canadians, the most important issue in our country right now.
Why does that though? Why does that trump the rights of women? Why does that trump the rights of marginalized communities? Why does that trump the right to have foreign aid? Why does that trump any of this?
It definitely doesn't trump it, but I haven't
Okay,
seen.
so why is this the defining factor that's
Hold on,
going to sway your
I'm
vote?
not finished. I don't think that I've seen anything from and it's very easy to associate, yes, the Conservative Party in Canada, the right-leaning party, with the Republicans in the States, but I don't think they have as much in common as you think. They're definitely supporters who are very, very, very drastic and very right-wing, but I don't think that represents the party as a whole.
Have you
I
read the
haven't-
policy declaration?
Yes, I have. Not very much in depth, but I've looked into it
Are you
recently.
pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Okay. Do you think that it's right that they impose, a rule where they say that that doctors and nurses have the right to refuse someone the right to an abortion? Do you think that's fair?
No, I wouldn't think that's fair. Sorry, what did you say? They imposed that? They're not in power right now. They haven't.
No, but that's
imposed
what
that
they want to
policy.
bring in if they get in power.
Okay, well, if you can show me that is
Yeah, if
important
you
to me,
go to
but
the policy declaration, and if you go to health, it's number 78 under healthcare, and it's the second to last paragraph. It says the Conservative Party supports conscious rights for doctors, nurses, and others to refuse to participate in or refer their patients for abortion, assisted unaliving, or self-unaliving, or euthanasia. Right. This is that paragraph. Not to mention, if we go down a little bit, they also want to remove their funding for other places, plans in regards to abortion programs in other countries. So that's foreign aid in
So hold on,
regards to abortion.
for the first one, I'm not very, very familiar with this policy, but is that in terms of not forcing doctors to need to perform abortions, in terms of the mental toll that would take on someone? I don't really understand. I haven't personally looked into it, and I'm not going to defend it without looking into it. Maybe it may.
Don't you see
sway
that?
me, but-
Don't you see how problematic that could be? Thank you, okay, Katie. Do you not see how problematic that could be? What if that person was in an entirely conservative state, and the only doctors that were there were conservative, who had pro-life types of ideology, and they
Well-
didn't want to perform an abortion, and they couldn't find a liberal anywhere near them? How do you think that's going to be fair on somebody to be able to have access? That you might as well have bananaed it at that point. banned
Well,
at
I
that
think
point
you,
because they don't even get to have access. I don't believe someone's personal opinions should get in the way of being able to provide affirming care, care in any sort of way.
well, I
Healthcare.
think you're painting Canadians in sort of the American light in terms of, if you're conservative or liberal. The vast majority of Canadians are not really kind of assigned to one party in specific, and that has nothing to do with their views on pro-life or pro-choice.
Have you
Obviously,
heard PPC?
sorry,
Have you heard
the People's
PPC?
Party of Canada, which is
Yeah,
like 5%
they are
of the population.
extremely anti-abortion, right?
Yes, that's not
So
the
if you grow up
Conservative Party.
in a place that's surrounded by a bunch of PPC supporters, do you think that they're gonna have a good time there?
No, obviously not. If you want to,
So that rule, that making that a right, making it legal for them to refuse you, and you're in a place surrounded by PPC supporters, it might as well be banned for you at that point, because you're not gonna be able to get anyone from this.
what's the number underneath their policy page? What's the number I should be looking for?
Go to 78.
78 under healthcare.
And then after that, I want you to go down to 89, maternal health, because it also says abortion should be explicitly excluded from Canada's maternal and child health program in countries where Canadian aid is delivered, since it is extremely divisive and often illegal.
Okay, I'm looking into the first one that you
That's
said.
also extremely harmful as well.
Anyways, but apart from this, while I look into this, I think that hold on. It says the Conservative Party supports conscience rights for doctors, nurses, and others to refuse to participate in or refer their patients for abortion-assisted suicide or euthanasia. I feel like that comes down to, I'm not very familiar with healthcare laws or anything to do with healthcare in general. That's not the field that I'm in or going into. However, I wouldn't know exactly, but I feel like that is sort of more dealing with the mental toll of a doctor to assist in euthanasia specifically. That is quite a taxing thing to do, and I don't think forcing doctors to do that is necessarily a good idea. I think when you bring in the abortion, it makes it sound worse than it is, but I don't necessarily think that's an awful policy to implement.
It is, because if you don't like doing an abortion, you shouldn't be a doctor. You're entering in where you're giving care, and for you to refuse one treatment because it doesn't align with your opinions, I'm sorry, that's bullcrap. You
Okay,
want to
so-
become a doctor, you have to put the lives of the patients above your own personal values. If you can't do that, shouldn't be a doctor.
Okay, that's more of a matter of who should become a doctor. Would you be against that if it was for religious reasons? Do you think there should
Yeah,
be
absolutely. You shouldn't be using your religion if it's going to affect somebody's care.
Okay, well, I feel like that's
That's
kind
why
of
there's a
small-
separation. That's why there's a separation from church and state.
Okay, I feel like that you're kind of, I feel like, blowing this out of proportion though. It's more of,
No, you don't let religion
It's
affect
not.
any state policies.
I'm
Absolutely
not
not.
religious personally. I'm more just saying that in terms of, I don't know, if I was a doctor, I feel like forcing me to assist in someone's assisted suicide or sorry, I'm not allowed to say that, but assisted, unaliving.
Say made.
I mean, well, to be honest, I'm primarily looking at abortion, right? That's in regards to abortion. I think it's horrendous, right? For you to use your beliefs to not carry out healthcare for someone with abortion. I don't know why we should be respecting your right not to perform it instead of the ones that are having to suffer because they're not getting the care that they need.
Well,
Do you know how emotionally traumatic it is for someone to be denied that? It's far more than somebody having to do a procedure that they don't agree with. I'm sorry, but
Can I speak a bit to the maid stuff, actually, just before?
Sure.
So I don't know where you're located, and I don't know how to pronounce your username. Is there a way you'd like me to refer to you?
Just call him Alex.
Okay, so you don't happen to be located in BC, do you?
No, I'm not located in BC.
So we have a hospital in Vancouver called St. Paul's. It's run by a Catholic organization with a bunch of stuff, and MAID is a legal thing you can access in Canada, correct? So we have had patients who are terminal with cancer in painful circumstances, in miserable, the end of their life is near. And so because St. Paul's won't provide MAID services and this person wants their MAID services, they have to go through
a whole rigmarole just to get out of the hospital to access that care, which then puts them at their end of their life through such an ordeal that no person should have to deal with that when they're in their final days. So this my point around this is the possibility of doctors being able to say, no, I don't want to do that, has this huge impact on the patient when the patient should be the first priority of any doctor. And so having to force a patient to be relocated off of a property, which is difficult enough to do when you're a terminal patient, into a miserable hospice center, sometimes being forced away from your family in certain circumstances, like this is what policies like this can create. They can create all these complications that just cause strife and harm and cost as well.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was starting to ramble.
so it sounds like this policy, if this isn't even a policy, is already in place then. I don't see the point then. If you're worried about it getting implemented, it seems like it already is implemented and doctors can refuse.
This is a hospital specific thing, so individual doctors could refuse is different, but this is because MAID is so new, just an example of what something like the right to refuse could create.
Okay, but I don't really want to get too into this, but this is kind of just a moral argument at this point. I feel like I
think there's a validity to moral arguments.
Yes, I know, but we're talking more generally about the election. I don't.
Yeah, which should have an implication of morality in it. Otherwise, you're just unempathetic and have no morals, right? We have morals
don't
because
say I have no
it's
morals.
how we hold a government. So
Okay.
moral arguments are valid here.
Yes, but this is a very small subsection of their entire policy. Anyways, my point is,
Yeah, that should hold a lot of weight.
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know.
but if you're gonna prioritize money over somebody's like health, I'm sorry, that has bad morals.
Okay, as I was saying, I don't know if it would be justified to kind of force doctors to basically unalive people. I don't know if that is. I understand that there always will be doctors willing to do that. I don't think that is kind of at question here. I feel like the vast majority of Canadians, if I'm not mistaken, are pro-choice. I don't believe that this is so much of an issue as you're making it out to be, as in the States, where, you know, when you look at southern states, yes, the vast majority of them are pro-life. I don't think Canada as a whole has that issue. Abortion is widely available. It's one of the easiest countries.
You haven't
to
seen
get
the
an abortion.
anti-abortion petitions that have been going on.
Of course,
Also, have you tried to access an abortion before?
So let's not downplay
Of course, I
it.
haven't tried to access
Let's not
abortion.
downplay it. Just because we're not America doesn't mean we don't have the same issue.
I'm not trying to down. Well, of course we don't
Okay,
have.
this is in their
They
plan. This is a
actually
problem.
have
We should
banned
take it
abortion.
seriously. We need to take it seriously.
I am taking it seriously. I would not. I would
Okay,
not
so then
consider
don't
voting.
downplay it. Don't downplay it.
I'm not trying to downplay it. I'm saying I would not
It
consider.
seems like
voting.
it because we're not America.
I am not considered. I would never consider voting for a party that has anywhere written that they are even going to attempt to limit abortion. And from what I've seen,
Well, that is what it's doing.
it's not limiting abortion directly, though. It's
It
more.
is.
There are, and I don't have any sources on me, so I'm only saying this if you are interested in looking more and genuinely, that there is a movement within the Conservative Party to push for the, rather than to prevent abortion, but it's trying to push for the rights of preborn humans, which is how they're
Yes, I've
going
seen
to, yeah. So that's kind of, what are your thoughts on that, just out of curiosity?
Okay, so I think I haven't looked too much into that, but from what I've seen from that, I can see how you can take that and make it look like, I'm not saying that's not what it is, because it very well could be that, but from what I'm familiar with, it was more of to do with I'm careful with my words here. I don't want to say anything that will get me banned, but like, for unaliving someone who's pregnant, there was like, I think that it was related to that somehow. Maybe I'm completely mistaken on that, but I think that was kind of, it seemed more of an issue that was kind of separate, that someone turned into applicable to abortion, and it seemed more of like kind of conspiracy theory from what I was looking into. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but I don't believe, I mean, the Conservative Party has any interest in banning abortion. There are definitely people who are more right-leaning and definitely Christians in specific that are more kind of inclined to want to do that, but I don't think the party as a whole has any interest in doing that, and I don't think Canadians would elect them if they.
It doesn't matter if they're not banning it. What they have in place is still bad enough, right? That's still something that you should not want to vote for.
Okay, I mean, if you want to say that limiting abortion is really the only factor I should look at it, I don't think that's fair.
It is fair because it causes problems for women.
Of course, but there are many other problems that need to be addressed, and women are not the only problem. That is a huge problem, especially in the States.
Yeah.
But-
There's also other problems in regards that do nothing for mental health care. They do nothing for substance abuse care. They do nothing for marginalized communities except take things away from them. So,
Do
like,
you
what do you
think
care
that-
about? Do you care about marginalized communities at all?
Of course I do. Do you think that
Okay. So
substance
do you think that
abuse-
it's fair to deny
on.
people
Hold on, I
certain
wasn't-
gender-affirming care?
I wasn't finished. Do you think that substance abuse is being handled well in BC?
I think that it's fine, yeah.
You think it's fine? You think that substance abuse is being handled well in BC? Like, genuinely, you think that they're
In
doing a good job?
DC, or do you mean BC?
BC, British Columbia, Vancouver.
I don't know much about the statistics of BC, but I do know the harm reduction program has value.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that's a little bit just not really like. I don't think you can actually truly believe that the BC harm reduction program is doing a good job.
Let's get specific
How
about
many people are unaliving because of it?
I don't know the specific statistics, but I do know there's a massive drug. I don't know if I can say that either, but
Okay, so your issue is not so much the fact that of the ODing, but because people are actually using it. Well, I would rather people be alive using
ODing.
drugs than be unalived because of drugs. And
Well,
the harm
I think
reduction
it's-
does that.
I think it's contributing to the homeless situation in a very extreme way.
No, I think it's a lack of shelters and the lack of resources that are contributing to homelessness, not because of the drug addiction.
Well, drug addiction is the primary reason for homelessness. I actually, I'm not going to go into it, but I am very close with that sector.
Yes, so am I. So am I. And I don't think that it has a factor.
Drugs
Well, it
don't
does
have a factor,
but I don't
Drug
think it has
is
a big
the
of a
biggest
factor. Yeah, I don't think it has I don't think it has as big of a factor that you are claiming it to be. I'm not saying that there isn't an overlap, of course, right? Typically, people that are homeless are going to have substance abuse disorders. But I think there's also a play, like the lack of shelters, the lack of ability to have, housing in terms of that regard has a big impact as well. Not just simply because they're using.
I would agree. I think, the biggest
Okay,
fix for it
so
is
let's not
housing.
deny the harm reduction program, which actually has value.
I'm not denying the harm reduction.
Yeah, but the
program.
conservatives want to take that away.
Well, they don't necessarily want to take it away. They want to alter it. And I don't think that, I just don't think, first of all, the harm reduction programs in place right now are doing a good enough job. I think it's actually gotten worse in terms of kind of.
In what regards, though?
what would fix it.
That's such a complicated issue. I mean, obviously, the best way to fix it is by putting people in homes. That is the best way to fix homelessness.
So dry homes or wet homes?
Well, you can't. You have to do both. You can't. But
Exactly. So as somebody in BC who's working with this population, whenever we are trying to open up more housing, and the community I work in has per capita one of the highest substance use rates and homelessness rate. But the conservatives primarily, or conservative-minded people, keep pushing against all wet housing. They don't want it. It's not in my backyard situations all the time.
Well,
So-
I mean, I think that's not unreasonable for people to, I personally work at I'm not going to go into what I do, but I do work very closely with that sector. I don't think it's unreasonable for people to be, I know not in my backyard is very prevalent, but you can't deny the kind of negatives that come with opening shelters, even though they ultimately do contribute good things to the population. There are also many negatives,
I
especially.
mean, sure, but the community I'm in, you can get across town in 7 minutes, so it doesn't matter where the shelter is put. The shelter's
yeah,
going to be in
it's-
their back. No, wait, let me finish. The shelter's going to be put in their backyard anyway, and if there is no shelter, right now they're congregating primarily in the park, dead in the middle of town. So it's not getting not having a shelter is not going to solve the problem either.
Yes, I agree. But I mean, this is just getting really specific into homelessness. But I don't know where we're going to go with this. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, homelessness is an important factor. Do you not care about it?
No, you can't keep saying that I don't care about things. I'm saying
Then
that
why do you keep trying to pivot from it?
I'm not trying to pivot away from homelessness. First of all, my entire point was that BC is probably doing the worst out of any province to handle homelessness.
Hey.
Okay, well,
That's
you guys
actually
are.
that's not true. I would argue that my province is worse.
What province do you live in?
New Brunswick.
Okay, well, I'm not very familiar with New Brunswick. Sorry.
Yeah, well, New Brunswick, it's terrible here. It's absolutely fucking terrible, and it's run by conservatives. So, let that be known.
Okay, well, I don't want to go into anecdotal evidence, but have you seen certain areas of Vancouver, sorry. It's
Where are you? I thought you weren't in BC.
I'm not in BC, no, I'm not in BC. I'm not going to go into the exact city, but I'm in Ontario.
Yeah,
So have
BC does have a big drug, but I don't know what the point you're trying to prove. Like, big cities will have that.
And
That's not indicative of whether a program
historical
is working or not.
context behind the downtown east side is far too complex to tie to anything that's happened recently.
Okay, well, your argument was that the conservatives do not care about homeless people or something to do with drug usage or something like that. I was just trying to make an example and show that from what
I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Are you a cop?
Am I a cop?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not a cop.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I was just wondering.
No, I work in software.
Sorry,
No.
you're working what?
Software.
Okay, I heard something else soft with a P word, and I was so confused for a second.
No. Anyways, no, I think homelessness is a very big issue, and it's not a very simple issue. You can't just fix it with one policy. I mean, the real most important factor to homelessness is simply housing. Once you get people living in houses, they're less likely to fall back into that cycle, and that kind of leads me to what I believe is the most important policy or most important kind of issue in our country right now is housing. And I just haven't seen.
I don't think that's the most important issue.
What would you say is the most important issue? The most important thing?
Oh, I don't know. How about the mental health system? How about the homeless? How about people that could be unaliving? I think that's a little bit more important than freaking housing prices.
Well, if you can't, you do realize that housing kind of affects all of those sectors. If someone has nowhere to live, of course, their mental health is going to deteriorate. If someone has nowhere to live, they're going to be homeless. All of those things are affected by housing.
Yeah, but the housing prices specifically target those that are independently buying homes, not for general homes for the people that are homeless. Let's be fucking for real.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? The housing crisis is affecting people who are buying homes?
That's what people care about. It's independent ownership of homes, right? Not about providing like community places to have homeless people off of the street, right? That's not what people are complaining about. It's about people owning their own homes. Which I'm sorry, that doesn't, to me, I don't care about that. That doesn't compare to the lives that could be lost, the marginalized community that are targeted, not funding the Israel and Palestine conflict because, we want to be nationalistic. It just doesn't compare. And I'm tired of hearing housing prices as the fundamental thing that the conservatives only care about.
You don't care about people being able to own a home?
Not when it doesn't compare to people being unalived. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't compare to people being
Okay,
unalived.
so like this shouldn't be the biggest problem that we put forward. Being like, the biggest thing that I care about are housing prices. And then disregarding all the other things like mental health care, substance abuse. I don't want to hear about that. Like, yeah, okay, it could be a slight issue. Fine. But to make it the most issue, I'm sorry.
Slight
It doesn't
issue of
compare.
having somewhere to live?
Yeah, for own ownership. Yeah, you can have a place to live without owning your own home.
Okay, and how would you go about doing that? How would someone
Yeah,
have?
there's
place to live?
renting, there's mortgage. You don't have to buy your own home.
Do you think that the housing crisis encompasses renting as well, or do you think that renting is just renting's fine?
Can you tell me how this leads to people unaliving?
Why is that the only thing you're concerned about? Is people unaliving themselves?
Because I care about life. I care about life, and I care about people not being unalived. Do you not care about that?
Of course, I care about that.
Okay, so then why would you ask me that question?
If what was the question I asked? If renting is separate from home ownership?
No, you said why is the only thing you care about is people unaliving? Well, of course, that's going to be my top priority. I value life above everything. And I think my biggest thing is to ensure that Canadian people are not going to be unalived because of stupid policies put in place by the Conservative Party or by the PBC or by any party, right? That is my number one priority. Everything else comes second. Are Canadians going to be able to live? Are they going to be able to have food to survive? Are they not going to be targeted by a government that doesn't like who they are just for who they are? That is what I care about. And I really wish everybody else would care about that.
Okay, so here's the question. You're talking about unaliving people are unaliving themselves. So do you think that the cost of food right now, the cost of housing right now, has anything to do with people's mental health?
I mean, in regards to ownership of like
No, not
independent,
ownership.
no. If you were talking about community places, maybe. If it's to help people stop being homeless.
So do you think the
But
only
let me
people...
also break it down for you though. People can still be happy and homeless. It's typically what makes them miserable is the fact that they don't have good social networks. They're plagued by drugs, right? Simply just not having a home isn't necessarily sufficient to have bad mental health.
Okay, but
Also poor mental health as well. I like to clarify as well.
the best solution to homelessness, and it's not even a debate, is simply housing them. Whether it be subsidized or
Sure.
sheltered, that is the number
That
one.
may get them off of the street, but we're talking about how it's going to impact them in terms of their mental well-being. All it seems is that you're just trying to get them off the street. You don't really care about their mental well-being. You just don't want them on the street. And that doesn't seem like you care about them, but more of a selfish thing because you don't have to look at them as you walk down the street.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying get them out of the public's view off the street. No, I'm saying that the best way to get someone out of that cycle of drug use, of things related to that, not just getting them off the street, is to house them. That is the best solution to homelessness, and that's
Sometimes, not always.
So-
Listen, you can house them, but that doesn't necessarily help them with their drug addiction, or it doesn't necessarily help them with
Yes,
their
but
mental
those
health.
are things that need to be addressed after. You do not hold on. Sorry, you don't leave someone out on the street and give them mental health services. You get them in a house first, and then you address those subsequent points. You don't just leave them out there. That's not how things work. The best solution is housing, and that's why it's such an important issue with homelessness as well, not just with young Canadians.
It can work either way.
Alex, I've got a genuine question for you because I do not know this answer. What is the Conservatives' plan then to address homelessness?
Okay, homelessness, I do not know in specific, but I'm saying more in the housing department that would directly influence homelessness, aid homelessness. So I don't know the specific plan. Do you know the specific plan for the Liberals or what they are implementing right now to address homelessness?
No, mostly because I think it's more federal or provincial, and I'm more familiar with the provincial policies than anything federal. But I was just genuinely curious what if you knew what the Conservative plans were. It does sound important to you. I thought you might know.
Well, I didn't bring up homelessness.
No, I know. Again, I'm being genuine. I was just curious.
Okay, that's fair.
Also, it's important that like merely opening up shelters isn't necessarily sufficient enough. Like, there's one thing getting them off the street, but it's actually getting them off the street and giving them help. It's much better to have an all-extensive. This is what I want anyway. To have a shelter that's extensive, not just so that they have housing, but so that they have access to health care and to people to turn to, and then have a bed. Like that is going to help them. Really help them. Simply giving them a bed doesn't necessarily help them.
I'm not saying that. Well, okay, yes, simply giving them a bed does help them. Of
Not
course.
necessarily. That could be worse because you could be sharing with other people that have addictions, and that doesn't help you. That might
I'm
give
not
you
talking
a
about
roof,
shelters.
but
I'm
that
not
doesn't
talking
help
about
you with the real core problems of your addiction. That needs treatment programs.
I'm not talking about shelters. I'm talking about housing. But housing does help.
Well, shelters are housing
No, they're not. Shelter is
because
not
it houses people that are homeless.
temporarily for the night. Shelters are
Yes,
not.
it's a form of housing.
But they don't like if
Not
you're
really, no.
if you're in a shelter, you don't count necessarily as a housed person.
Shelters, I don't know if you're familiar how they work. I'm not sort of trying to insult you. I'm just saying that they go in at a certain time, specifically the ones here, I think it's around like 7 or 8, and then they kick them out at 6 a.m. in the morning with everything they have. So it's not really considered housing. I would definitely not consider that housing.
Okay, so then how does then housing help the homeless? If it's not shelters,
Housing
which
help
typically
the
is what's
homeless?
used to help the homeless, then how the hell does housing help the homeless?
Are you really gonna actually try and argue that housing homeless people does not help them?
That's not my point. I'm asking you.
You're
Because
asking me how
typically
to
what
help.
is put in place to help the homeless are shelters. And if you're not regarding shelters as
That's not true.
housing,
That's
then
not true.
what housing is there that helps the homeless? I'm
Shelters
not
are
saying that the housing doesn't help it. I'm saying housing is available in that regard.
what housing is available.
Yeah, if you're not referring to shelters, which is typically the front
Well, there's
line
first
of
of
getting
all,
people off of the street is shelters.
I mean, if you're talking about impoverished communities, there's subsidized housing in specific. But if you're talking about the homeless community, there are plenty of nonprofits. I'm not going to go into details, obviously, but
Do you not think that the first line is shelters though?
of
That's
course
typically
that is the
what
first
gets them
line.
off. Okay, so then like, how are they gonna get into housing then? Housing is usually a step up. How are they even gonna get in if they're homeless?
Well, there's numerous methods they would get in if they've shown that they're not. It really depends on the
Like
organization.
what? What program is available for that?
Different types of transitional housing.
There's a bunch of different transitional shelters. I work with them specifically. I don't want to go into the details of that too much, but typically people who are shown to be more kind of, I don't want to like say the wrong thing here, but like a little bit more stable, then they will be, if there's space, offered a spot in transitional housing. And then sometimes they use that for a bit and then are able to get a place of their own, and sometimes they're not. And sometimes
Oh,
for a
so
while.
people do need mental health before they get into housing, because they need to be stable in order to get housing.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so simply just putting in under shelter doesn't necessarily do anything,
But,
because
you
they
know-
need to be a certain way in order to be able to get in.
We also, I think, important to point out here again, as we're going down the housing loophole, is that housing is predominantly all these programs. The transitional housing is all primarily funded by the provinces.
Yes, I agree. And I think there's municipal funding as well. Yeah,
Although if you're Danielle Smith, you're trying to stop that.
this really brings up my main point. Well, not my main point, but my main kind of issue. It ties into everything. And for some reason, I think that people have become, I guess it's easy to think this way because of what it can usually be associated with. But in terms of immigration, Canada is, it's hard to kind of argue that they're not accepting a little bit more than we can handle at the moment, in terms of specifically temporary foreign workers and temporary students. Puts a huge burden on the healthcare system. It puts a huge burden on the housing market, and that needs to be addressed definitely. And
I don't know why we're pivoting to immigration, but go ahead.
because immigration directly affects all of our social services along with our housing market, which affects everything you've said. So that is another huge issue that definitely needs to be. What do you mean the pivot to immigration? Immigration affects everyone. Canada grew, I think it was 3% last year, which is an extreme number. We almost accepted as many new Canadians as the United States as a whole, not even per capita. So there obviously is a lot of mass immigration going on, and usually
Yeah.
immigration is a good
We weren't
thing.
even talking that much about it, Murphy. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Sorry, I was just replying to a comment.
Anyway, so yeah, I think mass immigration definitely is an issue, and it's obviously rich people love mass immigration because it creates a lot of people willing to work for
Dirt cheap.
Yeah, cheap. And really that I necessarily wouldn't agree with the Conservatives on a lot of that because they are the people getting a lot of cheap labor from that. But they're the only ones who have, apart from the People's Party, who have really addressed that in any way.
The People's Party of Canada, oh my god.
Just because they're a party that I definitely do not agree with, and the people associated with them I do not agree with, that does not mean they can't have good things that I agree with. I'm not kind of assigned to one specific party. I never have been. So I don't see what's the issue with that. I can agree
They're
with that.
literally fascist. I mean, come on.
Okay, sure, but I agree with some of their immigration policies. That's not. I'm not saying I'd ever vote for them.
I am, because I have to run soon, and you started this by saying you originally were NDP. Like, what was the main thing that made that switch flip so harsh from NDP to Conservative?
I think there's a few things. the NDP is no longer a workers' party. They have not really. I think they've pivoted more to the social side of things. When Canada is already a pretty socially progressive country, and they're a little bit too focused. I don't want to use this term because it's kind of a term that kind of right wingers use, but they're a little bit too woke nowadays for me. I don't really think that
Too
they're focusing-
woke? How can you be too woke?
Sorry, not too. That's why I didn't want to say it. They're a little bit too focused on kind of fear mongering ideas that are not really.
Fear mongering. Yo, Usman, do you want to come up?
Can you give an example of a fear mongering idea?
Well, I mean, for example, the fact that they're trying to convince people that the Conservatives want to ban abortion. I don't think that's a fair argument to make, and I just don't.
There have literally been petitions. What the fuck?
Yeah, Andrew, what was it? Andrew Kears literally put up a petition for abortion in Canada's House.
Sorry, who's that? I don't know who that is.
Andrew Kears is an elected Conservative member of Parliament. He literally put forth the petition to ban abortion.
Okay, and what's the Conservative Party stance on abortion?
The Conservative Party stance at this time is, if you're like talking about the entire Conservative Party,
yes,
I can't
what's their
speak for
policy?
them.
What's their
I
policy?
can't speak for the entire Conservative Party because they have difference of opinions. Some of them want something different than the others. They don't all agree on this.
We already went through what they proposed.
I
What
can
they're
tell you
proposing.
too, Alex, like my MP, I live in a MP or a town that's been a conservative stronghold long before I was even born. Like my MP campaigns on his abortion beliefs and his in like, I'm not saying all of conservatives do, but like he as a pro forced birth person campaigns on conservatives, you know, being the ones who are going to get abortion like laws in place in Canada. Like the members of the party themselves leverage that in their campaign. So it has to be approved in some way or shape or form.
Okay, so my question to you guys is, when the Conservatives were in power before, under Stephen Harper, was there any mention of banning abortion, or is that just a new thing that's come up now?
So it was Andrew Viersen, sorry, not Andrew, not Andrew, Arnold Viersen. Yes, it is a relatively new thing that's come up in the National House, but it's been a big deal in Alberta Conservative Party for a long time. And I think Arnold might be from Alberta as well.
Yeah, our MP, it's his son who took over, and it's been a thing for him ever since he took over, I would say in early 2010s-ish.
Okay. I just personally, from what I've seen, is that Pierre Poilievre said that he will not touch abortion or legislate it.
That is correct, yes. Pierre himself did say that publicly. He did state that he would not pursue the ban of abortion. It's not something that interests him. However, this is the problem. The Conservative Party is the only party that's putting forth such legislation, and as the Conservative Party grows, they're emboldened to do some of the more fringe ideas that their party consists of.
Well, I mean, I would agree that they're. I don't feel like they're emboldened to do some of the more fringe things. I don't think they really need to capture the fringe vote. They're already quite ahead in the polls from what I've seen. They're on track to win a majority. I don't think they really need to kind of appeal to the extreme far right as they would have had to before the creation of the People's Party. But I don't really feel that that's with the actual leader of the party coming out and saying that that's not in their interest. They don't want to touch abortion. I don't think that it's kind of a how to put this, really kind of a threat, I guess would be the best way to say it. I don't think that that's a really actual issue that's going that is. I mean, I'm not going to deny that it could happen in some alternate universe. I don't know where they actually do plan on banning abortion, but the vast majority of Canadians would not be in support of that anyways.
The vast majority of Americans aren't in support of the overturn of Roe v. Wade either, but it happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that was because of the federally appointed judges. No,
Yes, but
I don't.
It's also like it doesn't take. We've seen in the U.S. like I used to think things would move way slower than they did, but we've seen how things can suddenly start changing and picking up speed very rapidly. And we all know that we can't trust a politician as far as we can throw them, any politician.
Yeah.
So if it continues to pick up speed, what Pierre Poilievre is saying now, I mean, he could also just be making that promise to get through to the election point. Like, again, I would say that for all politicians, but it's this idea that there's enough people in his party pushing for it that it could change within a 4-year term.
Yeah, I mean that's fair to kind of like weigh those risks. I mean, personally, I would not be voting for a party in which I genuinely thought their end goal was any form of abortion banning or anything of the like. So, I mean, it comes down to I personally, from what I've seen, have not seen anything that would alarm me to think that they would touch abortion. If that changes, and if he comes out and maybe during, I don't know if they're going to hold debates this time, but next year, if anything comes up, then I'll definitely change my opinion on that. But as for now, I think we're a little far out, and I haven't seen enough to kind of persuade me that that is an issue that will be kind of coming up.
Well, you keep in mind, Pierre did allude to using the notwithstanding clause to overturn a lot of prison reform. And that actually provides a pathway for him to do the same thing regarding abortion as well. So he's laying the groundwork, and there's a pathway that he's identified that he's willing to use to overturn our constitutional rights.
And as a person with a uterus, I can't risk it.
I guess that's fair. If you hold that belief that you think that they would. I mean, the reality is from now, it seems like they will get a majority no matter what. I don't see anything that it would, like the Liberal popularity seems to be going down almost daily, and the NDP is really kind of faltering as well. I think
that's incorrect. NDP has only grown in the polls.
I don't believe you on that. I don't think they've been that. From what I've seen, they've been falling at the same rate as the Liberals. Currently, it used to be that, combined, the NDP and Liberals would make up a majority of the vote, but currently, from what I see, Liberals are at 42%. The Conservatives are at 42%, Liberals are at 24%, and NDP are at 17%. I guess I don't know what their number was in, 2022, but I can only assume it's gone down, at least in terms of seats. They're projected to win 18 seats right now, which would be less than in 2022. So I think the support of the NDP has been going down kind of due to their association with the Liberal Party, with them propping them up. So anyways, I'm kind of going off a tangent here, but anyways, my point is,
I'm looking at the polls right now, and I see 31.5% Liberal, 31.5% Conservative, and 19% NDP.
Okay, where are you getting the numbers?
This is let me just check.
I'm getting it from 338, which is kind of a
CBC News.
And what's the date on that?
Okay, fair enough. This one's a bit old. Let me find more.
Look up 338 Canada, because they kind of I don't know, what's the word for it? Put together all the polls. I'm not trying to use this as an argument on why I vote Conservative. I'm just saying that Conservatives are very far ahead in the polls right now.
Heartbreakingly can't disagree with you on that, but I gotta go. Thanks, Emily, for having me up. It's been a blast.
I appreciate you, Megan. Thank you.
From what I see, every major polling institute has the Liberals up by around 20 points on the, the Conservatives up by about 20 points on the Liberals. Not that that's an argument for why they should be voted in at all. I don't think the majority of people really are even educated in kind of voting, but anyways, my main issue really comes down to, obviously I've said this, housing, and that's tied in with immigration. From what I've seen Pierre propose, I haven't seen his, it's way too far out from the actual election to have their platforms really established. But I know he's said to tie immigration to housing starts, and I think that's a really good idea. It's obviously not enough, but it's a good start, and I haven't seen anything like that from Liberals or NDP. So that's a big thing for me.
You say that the Liberals aren't going to do anything about the housing reform? Is that what you said?
Well, they're definitely not focusing on it.
Didn't they just introduce the new bill to help with housing prices?
I didn't see what bill that was.
Trudeau literally just started doing something about that. He was taking away the control from provincial governments so that the federal government could actually make a difference in this matter. What was the name of the bill? One second, I'll look it up.
Well, I mean, if in the next year that I can see the progress that new bill, I haven't heard about it, can do towards, it's not really about, I mean, it comes along with it, but it's more about building new homes. We obviously don't want a situation like the housing crash in the U.S. because it would be much worse than that with the state of things right now, and that would completely destroy the economy. So I don't think it's reasonable to think that housing prices can really fall that much, but they're definitely going to be more done to build new homes and at least kind of limit immigration against the current rates, because the current rates are completely unsustainable.
Okay, so they've already actually, under the Liberal government, reduced immigration rates. They've made it so that new student visas are not going to be granted to people taking bachelor's degrees, for example. You have to be taking a master's or a PhD to come in on a student visa. They've instituted that reform. The NDP and Liberals are planning to build 500,000 new houses, 250,000 of which within the first year or first 3-4 years, something like that. April 12th, 2024, this year, the NDP, the Liberal government signed the new housing plan bill, planning to provide funding to build more houses across municipalities in conjunction, in teamwork with the local government's budgets as well. And a lot of provinces and cities have already signed on board to work with the federal government to build more houses. Like, they are doing this, and this is one of the forefront issues for sure for these parties. You can just look up their plans on the NDP and Liberal website. They're both putting up housing as one of the things they want to expand on and build on, because the provinces have been neglecting this issue.
Well, I do want to say I wouldn't agree with you that they're limiting immigration. First of all, I believe we have the highest immigration rate in the G7, if I'm not mistaken.
But didn't you just advocate for limiting immigration? I'm saying that they did do that.
No, but I don't believe you on that. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. I believe last year it was something like 500,000 new immigrants, and along with probably 1 million more, I think, temporary workers and temporary students. So I don't believe that they are doing, I mean, they may be doing things now, but I believe that last year was obviously the highest immigration rate in history. Or at least since like the 1950s. And we almost let in as many new Canadians as the States as a whole, not even accounting per capita, just even though they have 10 times more.
I think, are you trying to use like the raw number of immigrants and comparing that to the rate? Because percentage-wise,
I'm saying it's the highest rate since the 50s, and I'm saying that we let in, as a whole number, nearly the same amount as the States, which has a 10 times higher population.
That's great, but Canada needs that higher population, right? We have a very small population.
Of course, I'm not against immigration in any way, but limiting immigration and at least tying it to housing in some way, I think, is a very viable option in terms of that, and especially with the. I want to be careful with my words here. A lot of the immigrants we are bringing in are not immigrants; they're temporary students, which do not offer a lot to the population.
You're talking about refugees?
No, temporary students.
You think temporary students are a net negative on Canada?
In the mass amounts of bringing them in, yes. Net negative.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is incredibly fallacious because you do realize that these students are largely responsible for the subsidies that Canadian citizens receive when paying for their university tuition. They're the reason we pay less than we do. They pay 3 times more for universities than we do.
I'm aware of how much they pay. I'm in university right now. I know that they pay ridiculous amounts.
They bring a ridiculous amount of money into our country, and they take very little out. Look at it this way. As a Canadian-born citizen, you will start your first 18 years of life contributing almost nothing to our country. You take. You're a leech for the first 18 years. These international students come here. They've already leached off their home countries, and now they're here providing value. They bring a bunch of money to pay for school, to pay for their lodging. They pay for food, what have you, whatever else they buy, stimulate our economy. They're a very positive impact on our overall benefit here in Canada. And oftentimes they're being scammed by Canadian universities. There's so many private colleges here in Ontario and Alberta and so forth that literally just take these kids' money and they like give them a worthless degree, and then they end up going back home, or they end up fleeing to like another country that will offer them a job because they can't find one here with that worthless degree.
Yeah, I'm also talking about the diploma mills. I think that's a big issue, but I'm not
Yeah, we're
specifically.
taking advantage of these international students. It seems like you're putting a blame on them for like a housing problem. They're the ones living eight people to one basement, you know?
Well, I'm not blaming the issue on them. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to say that the mass amounts of immigration, you can't deny that there are mass amounts. It's not like this is a normal amount for a Western country to bring in. Sorry, one second. I don't think you can, first of all, deny that we have more immigrants per capita than most other countries. And again, there's nothing wrong with immigration. It's a very important part of our economy, our country, especially for a low population country such as ourselves. But the amount, just the sheer mass amount of it, especially in recent years, is becoming unsustainable. And I don't think
We keep seeing the sheer amount. I don't see this like large number influx. And there's literally been an immigration reform where you don't get to come to Canada easily now as a international student for a bachelor's degree. You need to be applying for a master's or a PhD. They
you
passed
don't,
that bill. I'll find it for you one second.
you don't see it in statistics or in your own personal experience, because you can definitely see it in your own personal experience. I'm not trying
In
to.
statistics. I don't talk from anecdote.
Okay, yes. I also think this is kind of a tangent, but I also want to bring this up as well. I think the diversity of the countries that are people immigrating from is obviously very heavily skewed towards India, and I don't think that is a very good thing. I think it's really important to have more diversity in that as well. But so,
Why does it matter where they're coming from?
well, I mean, having a bunch of immigrants from one country, I feel like it's just not good for the diversity of Canada. I don't want to get too into this, but it's kind of like setting up swaths of, instead of integrating into Canadian kind of society, it's more of kind of separating like hubs, such as I guess Binghamton is a big example of that. It's kind of become kind of a swath of simply only Indian immigrants, which is not good for
Do you
Canadian
think
diversity.
Indians are a monolith? You don't think there's diversity in India?
Of course, there's diversity in India. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying diversity as a whole, not in terms of just Indian people.
Wait, so we have plenty of immigration from all over the world, not just India, but there is definitely a large number of Indians coming.
33% of our immigration comes from India.
Yeah, that seems fine. Like, what's wrong with that number?
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, first of all, I think that's a very large percent of the population in terms of immigrants to come from, but nothing really having against it. I'm just saying that I think there'd be more opportunity for diversity in that regard.
I'm sorry, what?
If 30% of your immigrants are coming from any country, then that's an issue. That's no diversity.
But you just said there was diversity. There's 70% coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's yes, I know, but I'm saying that's
What's the number that
30%
you're
coming
happy
from
with?
one country.
What's the number that you're happy with percentage-wise?
I don't know, maybe 15% would be fair based on their population size.
Their population size was way more. 15%. Like there are a billion plus people in India.
Yeah, they don't.
They're the most
30%
populous
of
country in the world.
They don't take up 30% of the world. Is what I'm trying to say. 35% of the world.
I see. So they're just. They should be like proportional to how much of the population of the world they are.
Not
Is that
necessarily. I don't want to argue about the specific amount of each country I want, but I feel like it's kind of just I feel like you can you not agree with me that having such a large amount of people coming from one country just seems I don't know just being good for the diversity of Canada.
No, I don't think it matters. Because here's another thing: you're expecting like an even immigration from all around the world, but here's
Definitely
the thing:
not.
a lot of European countries they don't want to come to Canada. They don't. They're having immigration problems of their own. They don't have enough people over there. You know,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But
Obviously, it's going to be disproportionate, but of all the countries, you're looking at countries that generally are less wealthy or have fewer job opportunities. Those are the countries that are going to have the most exodus of immigrants, and India is a big example.
so why is that not sort of reflected in other countries as well? Why is that kind of an issue specific that pertains to Canada?
I'm sorry, what?
Why is that an issue that kind of not really an issue, but why is that not prevalent in other countries?
I'm not saying it's an issue for Canada. I'm saying India has an exodus of immigrants regardless. If Canada doesn't open the doors, they're going to try to go somewhere else because the people from those countries are trying to leave. People from Europe aren't trying to leave to Canada. They're not trying to leave at all. They're happy there.
No,
They'll
no,
stay
I'm
there.
aware of that. I'm saying that anyways, I don't want to really argue about the percentage of people coming in from India. It's not really a big issue for me, but I'm saying that's not reflected in other countries, such as the United States, such as the United Kingdom, such as Germany. They're not receiving the same vast percentages and imbalances in kind of the countries of origin that their immigrants come from. Anyways, I need to make it clear that I'm definitely not against immigration in any way. I think immigration is a very good thing. I'm just saying that the current rate in which, and especially the manner in terms of temporary foreign workers and in terms of the diploma mills and stuff like that, is not aiding the country. It's actually harming our social services, our housing markets, etc.
How's it harming the social services?
More people requires more social services.
You do realize, have you been to a hospital recently?
Of course, I've been to a hospital recently.
Have you not noticed how a majority of the doctors there are Indian?
Yes, I mean, well, no, I haven't noticed that the majority of them are Indian, but I've noticed Indian doctors.
Yeah, the thing is, the people that we're letting into Canada, now, I can agree with you, there's a problem with in terms of how we're letting people in. We're not letting in a lot of construction workers yet. You guys don't want the low-skilled laborers to come in, right? That's the immigration policy you've set up. So you're not seeing a lot of construction workers come in, but you are seeing a ton of Indian doctors and engineers coming in, right? Because you're selecting based on these things.
Yes, no, that's in terms of permanent resident immigration. I'm talking more about temporary residence immigration. Those are
but temporary foreign workers, those include engineers. And doctors
I don't
are
know if temporary foreign workers include doctors and engineers. I'm not 100% sure on that.
It definitely includes engineers.
Okay, anyways, my point is, well, do you live in Canada? Sorry, I didn't ask that.
Yes, I live in Alberta. I'm Indian as well. I'm an Indian immigrant.
No, I want to make it clear I'm nothing against Indian people in general, but you can't deny there is a very large percentage of people coming from India. I'm not exactly sure why. I think a lot of it has to do with the student population primarily, especially with the diploma mills. Those are definitely not helping. But no, I just think that something needs to be addressed. I mean, that's really my main point, is that something needs to change. And until I see other parties' platforms and plans on that, from what I've seen so far, even though Pierre is quite literally kind of just an attack dog, he kind of just shuts down Trudeau, attacks Trudeau. But he is the only one, it seems, that is kind of bringing these issues up from what I've seen.
I'm looking at the party platforms, and I see the housing as is an issue listed on both of their websites, Liberals and NDPs, right? So I'm not sure why you feel that way. It's just not true. Housing is like a big concern for them. They bring it up all the time.
Well, the Liberals have been in power for the past 10 years, and I haven't seen anything to address that. I've seen them banning, I think, foreign ownership, but...
you do realize Pierre is the one responsible for this housing crisis as it is. He's the one he was in charge of housing under Stephen Harper, and this trajectory continued from his.
I think. Well, the housing crisis has kind of been an amalgamation of the past 25 years. I wouldn't blame it on any one specific person, and it's definitely kind of, we've become too reliant in Canada on housing as part of our GDP and economy. I think it makes up actually a majority of our economy.
We also have like 1.3 million houses empty right now.
Yes, but that's another issue completely. It's more of the building of actual affordable homes. You can build as many kind of massive condos and massive houses in suburbs as you want, and if you're going to price them at $1.5 million, that's obviously not going to help the situation at all. It's just going to give more kind of properties for people to invest in and treat housing as an investment, which it should not be. And kind of your house appreciating in value, I think, is more of a byproduct of you owning a home. It should not be the primary reason for you owning a home. And that's kind of what it's become. It's become kind of just a market to invest in because it is the most kind of profitable investment to make. At least not recently, but in the past kind of 5-10 years, it actually has been the most profitable investment you can make. It's been extreme appreciation of houses recently.
Right. So I would see that as more of a problem with the fact that it's being used as an investment vehicle, right? Not so much a result of immigrants coming in.
No.
We have housing.
No.
You're just mismanaging it.
All of these issues kind of are separate. I'm not blaming the housing market on immigrants whatsoever. It's kind of a very loose. It's definitely very loosely tied to it. I think housing more has to do with the greed, especially of older people, to kind of wanting their houses to appreciate and using them as investment vehicles, as you said. But you can't deny there definitely is going to be some sort of correlation with, if there are more people in Canada, it is going to be more expensive to whether it be rent or buy a house. That I think is, if the rates of housing construction do not keep up with the rates of people coming into the country, then obviously housing is going to go up, at least the prices.
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify. I didn't say that Pierre was the housing minister. I never said that. But he voted no on the social housing under Harper.
Yes. I mean, I'm not very old. I wasn't really.
You lost like 800,000 units because of him.
Okay.
Like that vote, as an example. I'm just saying, like. Anyways,
that's fair, but I don't think the housing market was in nearly even close to as bad a state as it is today. It definitely was trending in that direction, but I think it really hit. I don't really know when it hit kind of the breaking point. I mean, it's been that way for a while now, but it definitely around like I want to say 10, 15 years ago, it kind of started ballooning, and then ever since it's been going up. It's dipped a bit lately, but it's still kind of out of reach for the average Canadian to even consider buying a house. Anyways, that's really my 2008. It hit in 2008.
You did bring up the topic of immigration a few times. I'm curious. So why? What was the purpose of doing that then?
The purpose, well, I think immigration is something that needs to be addressed in terms of. I don't think it's really sustainable to. It's definitely not my biggest issue, but and I don't think it's really a big issue. I mean, it's definitely a big issue for a lot of Canadians. The majority of Canadians think that the immigration rates are too high, but it's definitely. I do understand the benefits of immigration entirely. It's very helpful to the country. It grows the population. Our growth rates are not very high, so you kind of need that. But I do think that recently the immigration isn't even close. What is the issue then? Anyways, no, it puts a large burden on an already failing. We have a, not failing, but a very stressed medical system. There's been very stressed social systems, and bringing more people into the country, although it helps the economy, is not going to fix those issues or help the country to make them worse. JB, I'm not against immigration. I'm saying the rates that we're bringing them in right now are a little too high.
Just to let you know, we actually decreased the student immigration visas being issued by 35% this year, or 2023. That's what I was talking about earlier. So
okay, what?
35% decrease. That's under the Liberal Party. You still there, bud?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I swiped out the app. We're bringing over 1 million people in. It's closer to 2 million factor in. Anyways, but and we're building 50,000 housing units, and that's not sustainable. It's already hard enough to own a home as a young person, or to consider buying a home, and I'm not going to be the person who blames everything on immigration, because that's a completely kind of That's a horrible take.
Where are you getting this million number from, by the way? Where is it a million people coming in?
Let me see 1 second.
So okay, so JB's provided 425. See that number looks a little bit more realistic because it sounds like what I've seen before. But keep in mind, we're losing like 30% of these people every year as well, right? Like they're moving to America for job opportunities and
Well,
such.
that's another issue entirely. I feel like a lot of doctors and a lot of my people I know specifically, tons of people are moving to the United States in terms of just because they have higher salaries and lower cost of living. Doctor makes much more in the States than they do here. In the field I'm in, as a software engineer, the salaries here are maybe 1/3 of the starting salaries in the United States. So there's a lot of people leaving, and that's another issue entirely. But this kind of just points to there's a lot of issues going on in our country right now, and I just don't have the confidence in the current government to address those issues when they've had 10 years to do so, and they haven't really shown me enough. Yes, they're implementing policies, obviously, but I haven't seen that these are enough, and I haven't even brought up inflation, cost of living going up, all of these things, and I just don't see. Yes, if it was a different party in power right now than the ones we're arguing about, and we're saying, okay, which has the better plan, then maybe we could argue about that. But the fact that they're in power right now, and kind of not implementing these kind of just shows my distrust in them, I guess. I haven't really seen much from Trudeau.
Emily, do you know JB? I would like to hear from this person.
Yeah, let him in.
I don't actually know. He's quite popular. All right.
Let him in. Let him in.
How old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
Okay. Are you voting Conservative?
No, I'm not.
Who are you voting for?
I will most likely be doing a strategic vote to stop the Conservatives. So whoever the most viable candidate is in my riding, to stop the Conservative from winning in my riding.
Oh, W. You're with us. Okay.
No, that's the point. Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay. You're more liberal, right? That's awesome.
So
JB, I'm not saying I'm completely educated on this topic. It's more just what I've seen.
Okay, well, this is the thing, and I mean this with the utmost respect. I am educated on this topic. This is what I do.
No, I don't agree. I don't disagree with you.
So first things first is Canada as a population and as a country has a negative birth rate, meaning more people die than are being born natively in our country every year. So once our birth rate falls below 2.1, which it is, it's at 1.6, 1.7, the population will decline. And a declining population is inflationary because you have less people with the same amount of money, which means the value of the dollar changes. So if we do not accept immigrants, then we will have inflationary dollars, and we also will have a declining economy. Immigration in our country is a backbone for our current economic status. And if we do not accept those immigrants, then we will have declining immigration or a declining economy. The other thing I will also add is that of the immigrants that are being let in, we let in roughly 425,000 immigrants a year with various statuses, from permanent residents right down to temporary foreign workers.
No, it's 470,000 permanent residents.
So regardless, it's still not 1 million people.
Well, if you factor in temporary workers and temporary residents.
Temporary foreign workers are included in that number, and you can look these stats up. Statistics Canada has this number. Statistico has these numbers. They're very easy numbers to look up.
No, I'm looking at
rate of immigration.
Hold on, I'm looking at Statistics Canada right now, and it says in 2023, 471,000 permanent immigrants made Canada their home.
Yeah, so I would love to finish my point. I would love to finish my point before you interrupt, because I was getting to that. The rate of immigration in Canada is a set percentage based off of, one, the emigration number, so how many people leave, the death rate, so how many people died, and on top of that, how much we need to grow our population. And if you remember properly, in this thing called 2020, we had this thing called the pandemic, which prevented us from actually letting immigrants into our country. So it backlogged. So we are playing catch up, and we are still playing catch up for the 2 years that we are not accepting immigrants. But the rate of immigration in Canada, which is written into law, is the same rate it has been for the last 25 years. So you can sit here and say that we are letting too many people in, but really, when we look at the raw numbers, we are not. We are letting the same amount of people in that we've always let in. And if we don't let that number in, even as a temporary foreign worker,
Okay, so wait, I'm going to
our
interrupt you
economy
there.
is going to
Sorry.
decline.
I'm going to interrupt you there. So you said two false things. So first
Oh,
of
did
all,
I?
yes. Okay, so our annual growth rate in 2023 was the highest in Canada since 1957. That's from Statistics Canada.
Yeah, our growth rate has been increasing. I will admit that.
You
I haven't
literally
denied
just
that.
said that our growth rate has been stagnant and the same.
Well, what I mean by our growth rate being stagnant means our growth rate isn't above 2.1. And if it's not
It's
above
at
2.1, our
3.2.
population doesn't grow.
It's at 3.2. Anyways,
the growth rate in Canada is not at 3.2. That is a bold lie.
okay, well, it comes from Statistics Canada.
Are you looking at growth rate or birth rate?
Sorry, I'm looking at annual population growth rate.
So population growth rate includes immigration.
Yes, that's. Sorry, are you not talking about immigration?
He's saying the growth rate includes birth rate.
Right. So, but the birth rate is what we need to talk about here. Until our birth rate gets above 2.1, which means that we are growing our population naturally in our country with natural born citizens, our population will decline. Hence why we need immigration to continue our economy going forward. If we have a decreasing population, that itself is inflationary. So
I agree with you. I'm just trying to say that our annual population growth rate, which includes births, is 3.2%. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to say.
good. That
So-
means our population will increase, which is good for the economy.
Okay, yes, but my point is, although it is good for the economy, I'm not denying that. I'm not against immigration at all. I'm saying that it puts an additional burden on already overburdened health systems and housing market, the housing market as a whole.
Okay, so when it comes to the healthcare system, for the most part, in its urban cores, are far from capacity. If you go to any public hospital in any major city center, the hospitals can typically support the influx of patients that they receive. It's at small regional level hospitals or in rural regions where they have these healthcare issues where hospitals have to close and the staffing is an issue. And that is mainly because healthcare delivery is a provincial jurisdiction, and with the 7 Canadian provinces under conservative control, that would be a thing that we would need to point to the Conservatives and say, hey, you are not delivering healthcare to the level that is needed in these certain particular regions. So, and immigrants, for the most part, typically land in urban centers. So they are landing in a region where healthcare delivery is actually strong or at least stable. And you can look this up. You can go to any, of the province's websites and look up the wait times in their urban hospitals, and it's pretty low.
You think the wait times in urban hospitals is pretty low?
All things considered, yes. When we look at
actually,
yeah, like you can go to the Ministry of Health website in Ontario and look up the hospitals in Toronto. There's 4 of them, and you can see the current wait times, and I can guarantee you they are going to be within a manageable level that would be deemed acceptable within the guidelines of Health Canada. So the thing is when we talk about more rural region or rural hospitals, that's when we get these long wait times and we get these healthcare delivery issues. And again, I will point that back to provincial control because provinces are in control of distributing healthcare. So that's not necessarily the federal government's responsibility, and the federal government's responsibility when it comes to healthcare is just to keep the damn thing funded.
of course, that's an entirely different issue. I'm just saying that immigration does obviously affect the healthcare system. Of course, the healthcare is the responsibility of the provinces entirely. Well, not entirely, but
it doesn't though, because there's no data to support what you're saying that hospitals are clogged up with immigrants. Like there's no data that supports that.
I'm not saying that they're clogged up with immigrants, but with
Then
more people. in the
why are immigrant? You just said immigrants are putting a burden on the healthcare system.
I'm not saying they're putting a burden on the healthcare system. I'm saying a higher population is putting a burden on the healthcare system.
Which
As well as,
we're talking in circles because you did say that while we accept immigrants, it's going to burden the already burdened healthcare system.
You did say, and I quote, they are burdening our social services,
Right.
such as our healthcare system. You literally said that.
No. Well, I don't mean immigrants in specific. I mean the population growth as a whole, which obviously stems.
Right. So why would you be supporting the conservatives who, again, in 7 of the 10 provinces are having a hell of a time trying to figure out this healthcare delivery thing, and they're doing quite a poor job? I'll remind you that 2 of the biggest provinces, Ontario and Alberta, have one of the worst healthcare deliveries in rural regions, and they are sitting on surpluses within their healthcare budget. So they have the money. They have the money to do it. They're just choosing not to do it.
So
And
first of all,
instead of actually delivering healthcare, they take their nurses and doctors to court to make sure they don't have to pay them more.
The provincial governments and the federal government are not the same party. That's not the same leadership.
No, but paramountcy. Do you understand the term paramountcy?
Of course, I understand. Yes.
So then you will know that
I don't
the
vote
federal
based on
government
name.
steps in when the provincial government can't do something.
Yes, I don't vote based on name, though. I understand they have the name Conservative, or in Alberta something. I think it's United Conservative Party, something like that. I don't support Conservatives as a whole. I didn't vote for the Conservatives in the Ontario election. I don't vote just Conservative. I have never voted Conservative before. I'm usually, as I said, an NDP supporter. It's just that with this particular election that's upcoming next year, and with the issues that I currently see and face in this country as a young person, that's why I am leaning conservative this time. I'm not a conservative supporter. I'm not voting. I don't vote conservative no matter what. I don't agree with conservative values. It's just more of the issues that we're facing right now, and they're the party that has brought up these issues, which I feel like are affecting tons of young Canadians, while other parties have not.
I think the challenge is here, Alex, is that you say the Conservatives are the only ones addressing these issues, when first things first is the Conservative Party at the federal level has not released their formal plan forward for how they're actually going to govern this country if they were to win. They've released a policy declaration, which is sort of just a guideline, so we're going to talk about it soon and we're going to release it at some point, and it's going to be within these sort of guidelines. But they haven't actually released their plan, so we don't know how the federal Conservatives would actually govern this country. Pierre Poilievre runs in slogans and nothing more. He says he's going to do all these things, but then when people ask him, hey, how are you going to do that? He doesn't actually have a formidable plan to actually govern the country. And I to give credit where credit's due, every other party, including the People's Party of Canada, that far-right party, has their plan listed on their website. We don't have to agree with what the plan says. That's not what we're talking about. But the Conservatives are the only party at the federal level that hasn't released a plan.
Well, I feel as though we're a year and a half away from
14 months.
14 months away from the election. I feel like, if they don't release a plan within the election year, the beginning of the election year, then it would obviously be an issue. But we're still quite a ways away from the election, and they haven't. They can't.
It is pretty common practice that once a leader of a party has been decided, the leader then has a caucus meeting, and that party releases their plan, even if there's no election, years away. It is pretty common practice for parties to have their policies listed on their website. And I'll remind you that Pierre Poilievre and the Pierre Poilievre Leadership Campaign has staff that are on the same staff of the Donald Trump re-election campaign. And Donald Trump famously has not released a plan ever about how he's going to govern the country. So this is the thing, is like, you can sit here and say, oh, they might release it, but with the way things are going, with the way Pierre's running his campaign and running the party, I don't think you're ever going to see a plan from the Conservatives, because they think that they can just win off of slogans that are catchy and get people's attention. But the thing with populists, Alex, is populists are very good at getting elected, but they're very bad at governing the country. And you can look at, historically speaking, every populist that has ever formed government, and you can look at this going on in Argentina right now, they're really bad at it because they're just good at winning people's hearts, but they don't actually have the mindset to actually govern.
Well, I mean, this is an issue, obviously, for a later date. If I see that the Conservatives genuinely go into the election without a formal plan, which I don't believe they would, but let's say they do, then I would not vote for them. I would like to see.
Okay, so by September 20th, because the election has to be called by September 20th, 2025, 35 days out from the mandated election date.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
So by September 20th, 2025, if there is no plan listed on the Conservative Party website, you won't vote for them?
No, absolutely not. I would not vote for a party that has no formal plan. I don't think that's a good way to approach voting for a party.
And just quickly, and then I know it's getting late, and then we can obviously talk about something else. But when it comes to housing, I think Usman raised the point very well that there is over 1 million vacant homes just sitting empty right now. Nobody's in them, owned by somebody who is just holding on to it from an investment piece, but is not paying any additional taxes or any fines or penalties for keeping this home vacant. Additionally, as well, when you have one person have the ability to buy 5, 6, 7 homes, that reduces the amount of homes in the housing market.
Yes,
and the reality is that we have enough physical homes, physical units in our country to solve the housing crisis tomorrow. But the problem is with corporate ownership and people buying multiple properties and then leaving them vacant is the reason that we have a housing crisis. And to the Liberals' credit, they are pumping multiple tens of billions of dollars into their housing accelerator fund to build as many homes as possible. And there's over 4 million homes in pre-construction phase right now. So
from what I've seen, though, a lot of the houses being built are kind of out of the price range of what those houses are intended for, which is kind of young Canadians looking to own a starter home, looking to own their first home. A lot of the housing I've seen that's being built is more in the form of kind of $1 million condos, $1 million
No, not really. Not really. If you look at the Housing Accelerator Fund's website, there's a very clear percentage of that is deemed to be first-time home or affordable homes. In my community, just down the road, they're building a townhouse complex with 75 units, and the starting price is $180,000 for the townhouse. So that's a starter home. That's a start. That's
yes, I would agree that that's even cheap for a starting home. But
that's the thing, and there's a big sign outside the construction projects. This is the Housing Accelerator Fund project. So like they are building homes that are going to be designed for first-time home buyers, and then additional for the homes that they're building that are not, they're going to be transitional homes for those people who just bought their first home that are looking to upgrade their investment, meaning that the home that they're vacating will then be the first-time home that people would then buy.
Of course, but again, if you want to kind of make that point that they are building homes, that does need to keep up and be in line with the current population growth, which, as I said, is 3% per year.
I just told you there's over 3 million homes in the pre-construction.
3 million homes per year?
3 million physical homes in pre-construction across Canada.
Okay, because what I see on the Liberals' website is their Housing Accelerator Fund will create a target of 100,000 new middle-class homes by 2024, 2025.
Yeah.
That's 30 times less.
The total pre-construction amount is slated to be finished by 2030.
Okay.
They've been very clear with that when it comes to their housing build.
Well, again, that would not keep up with the current population growth.
But that's just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to the housing crisis. Another piece of the puzzle is creating different reforms, which the Liberals are also trying to do, to allow renters to be treated with more rights and respect, and allow renters to be able to acquire a unit or acquire their first home when that time comes by allowing, say, their rent account towards their credit score. And also the next thing, and this is where the provincial governments would have to step in, is stuff like banning multi-home ownership or putting a vacant home tax like Vancouver put on, and a foreign buyer's tax. All these things are multiple pieces to the puzzle.
Is foreign buyer tax not federal? I thought that was federal.
No, that would be a provincial thing. Housing taxation is done by the provinces. So the federal government's just there to pump money into building homes, but the actual building and issuing of home permits is a provincial or municipal.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to see where you get the number of 3 million homes by 2030, you said, I think.
There's a video deep on my profile of Trudeau making that announcement. I'm not going to sit here and give you an exact date and time of when that happened because I don't remember. It was a few months ago.
April 12th, JB. It was they signed into law for the funding for new housing, and that was in cooperation with municipalities, I believe.
That makes sense. I felt like it was around the springtime when I remember them doing that. But again, like the housing crisis is a multifaceted issue that affects all three levels of government. You have municipalities that need to issue the permits and acquire the land and send the infrastructure like electricity and municipal water and sewage to these places. You have the provincial governments who have to tax the damn thing and issue the construction licenses and all this stuff and business licenses, and then you got the federal government to fund the whole damn thing. So this building these homes isn't just the federal government showing up with a bunch of construction workers and they put four walls up and call it a day. It takes time.
I'm aware of that. I'm also not saying that we need to build 3 or 4 million homes in the next 6 years. I'm not saying that. I think it also relates back to, and I think it's a little bit kind of disingenuous to kind of ignore the fact that population growth ties to housing. It is a huge component in housing. Having enough space and housing for people to live. And I agree there's vacant homes. That's a big issue in terms of investment properties. But having affordable housing for people to live in ties to the amount of people in the country. And that really is where my immigration views come from.
But if you stopped immigration tomorrow, just hear me out. If you just stopped immigration tomorrow and said we're not letting a single person in until we can get everybody into a home, the challenge with that is that that's great. It stops sort of the influx, albeit the small influx that is actually here. But it doesn't actually solve the housing crisis. Like I said, there is multiple pieces of the puzzle that are required to fix the housing crisis that we are in. And stopping immigration, while that may seem like a very valid puzzle piece to put into this picture, it's actually a puzzle piece from a completely different puzzle. And if we stopped immigration, we have a knock-on effect of actually inflating our dollar because our population would start to decline.
So first of all, I didn't say to stop immigration. I'm definitely not against that because I know the negative connotations that has much worse than anything really that I mentioned before. I'm saying to limit immigration and reduce the amount that it is currently being held at, because it is much higher than many G7 countries, many Western countries. It's a much higher rate.
That's not true. That's not true.
3% increase is not a high rate in terms of Western
like
countries.
European countries have, double-digit immigration.
I would agree that a lot of European countries are not for limiting immigration as well. That's.
You don't know Europe. You don't know Europe.
What do you mean I don't know Europe?
Europe is very friendly towards immigration.
Of course, they're friendly towards immigration. Well, I wouldn't say they're friendly towards immigration. There's a lot of kind of debate with that. But I specifically, I'm not very familiar with it, to be honest with you. But I do know that it is quite an issue in France and I think in the UK as well. Obviously in a bunch of European countries, but in the main big ones.
They're dealing with a migrant crisis, which is different than an immigration crisis.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, my point is that, as you said, limiting immigration not to where levels that it would cause inflation, but to where levels where it would kind of start or be a part of the puzzle in terms of fixing the housing crisis, which is not a thing we can fix, but we can definitely do steps to alleviate it, and I think that's a good step.
Okay, so we limit the amount of immigration, and then we think, okay, we wipe our hands clean and say that'll solve the problem, because that's not how that works.
Definitely not. I think that it is a step that we need to take.
So why wouldn't we do the easier route and just pass legislation that would ban create a vacant home tax that would tax the individual? I say upwards to 100% a month.
Agreed.
To prevent that vacant home. Or also pass a multi-home buyers ban. So basically you can buy one home for yourself, you can buy one home as an investment property, and that's it. You can own two pieces of property. Anything more has to be, you cannot do it. Like, these are things that we could pass relatively simply with just a few pieces of legislation
I
without
agree.
having to ban immigration, and that would free up millions and millions of homes within the month.
I agree completely with all of those points you said, but those, as you said, those are provincial issues, and you're talking about the federal election.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, and that's where paramountcy comes in, where the federal government could pull a legal card. It would be a legal battle, and it would probably be a Supreme Court decision. But they could pull the legal card and say the provinces aren't doing enough to fix their housing issues, so we're going to do it and pass legislation at the federal level.
Okay, and what makes you think that the Liberal Party or the NDP or, I don't know, the Bloc is any more likely to do that than the Conservatives, if we're going to go down that
The
road?
Conservatives won't do that because they don't believe in paramountcy. They're fundamentally against it.
Okay, well, what makes you think that the Liberals would do that? Sorry.
I don't
They've
think the
already
Liberals
done
will do it because I think the Liberals, majority of Liberal members of parliaments are landlords.
Exactly, so
But
it's kind of just a
Jamie,
moot point. It's
keep in
not
mind,
going to
the
happen.
Liberals are already doing, they've already influenced. April 12th, they passed that housing plan bill. They were getting
Yeah.
involved in the provincial government. They're
They
already
are,
doing
and
it to
they're
some
slowly
degree.
dipping their toes in it. And
Yeah.
Well, it's not the time to slowly dip. If they don't want to lose support completely and become kind of the third party in Canada, which they're on track to become, they are on track to, with if the trends continue the way they've been going. I don't believe they would have official party status come election in 2025.
I don't trust the polls. Polls 14 months out mean nothing.
Of course, they don't mean as much as a day before the election, but you have to admit that the current state of the population right now is very anti-Trudeau. Not that I agree with it.
No, I actually don't agree with that at all. I think the current state of the population, there's a lot of political boredom when it comes to the current Liberal government. I think people are getting, going into your fourth term or trying to seek re-election for your fourth term is an uphill battle for any incumbent, regardless of how popular they are, right?
I mean, of course, that's the way it's always been in Canada, as far as I'm aware,
getting a fourth term is a political unicorn in some capacity. But when it comes to if Justin Trudeau loses the election in 2025, it's not because Pierre Poilievre is popular. It's because Justin Trudeau is unpopular.
Agreed. I don't like if
But
we're talking
the
about.
flip side, if Pierre doesn't win in 2025, it's not because Justin Trudeau is popular. It's because Pierre is more unpopular than Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, I agree with you. It comes down to who's more unpopular nowadays instead of having a candidate who is actually liked. And again, that's kind of my issue with the NDP. They really have an opportunity here to step in and offer a likable. I mean, not that Jagmeet Singh is unlikable. I think he's a very genuine guy, but I don't think he really speaks to a lot of Canadians. So I think it really.
Wow. When it comes to Trudeau, though, like the thing we have to remember is he is a hell of a campaigner, and the Liberal Party is not poor. They
I agree. I agree.
deep
but
coffers. And I think for the Liberal Party right now is they are not in campaign mode, they are in governing mode, right? They're trying to do these various things to try to fix the issues that we have in our country. Whether you agree with them or not, that's not the point. But once the Liberal campaign machine starts to turn on and they start to actually do this, I think, and start to campaign, I think Justin will absolutely smoke Pierre in a debate. From a debate perspective, I think Trudeau is far more.
I can't wait for that.
No, but that's the thing.
I don't necessarily agree with you on the debate. I think Pierre's kind of whole persona is sort of an attack dog. He'll kind of
That doesn't work in a debate, though.
It works in the House of Commons. I don't know if it'll work in a debate.
It doesn't work in a debate. A debate is between a group of people to tell the voter how that person would do something or how that person would change if they are not the current government.
Yes.
If you go into, historically speaking, if you go into a debate and just attack and attack and attack, you will lose that debate.
Yes.
When do you think the debates will start?
Debates will be during the election writ, so after September, as early as it depends when they call the election. They could call the election 30 days out. They have to call it 35 days out. but they
Oh,
could
so
call
like,
it.
so not for a while. We can
It'll
expect that
be
for a
in
while.
September or October of 2025.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised though for the Liberals to call it sometime soon. I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, they're going to wait until the last possible moment to do it.
I just want to, before you carry on, I just want to say a few things. For one, you seem extremely knowledgeable. So I try to run this topic as frequently because I want to obviously push back against conservatives. You're more than welcome to come up anytime. It's really great to have someone that's really knowledgeable. I also want to ask a question. Like, where do you think that I should go in terms of like being better informed about like the politics, Canadian politics? Because I'm trying to like look at the different manifestos and I'm trying to get better acquainted, but I feel like I'm kind of not really knowing what the best avenue is. So what would you recommend I do?
Well, you could check out any of one of my videos.
Not
and I'll
really
happily
knowing
tell
what
you.
the best avenue is. So what would you recommend I do? There is a echo. There's an echo button person. Carry on.
Well, shameless plug. You could just check out any of my videos because that's all I do is I talk about the current issues. And I'm joking, but I think the first step that I tell people who are more politically apathetic that don't really know what's going on is get off of social media and go and if you have a basic cable package or you have access to the internet, you can watch CPAC for free any time of the day. And just
Yeah, I found CPAC videos, but they were all in French.
they have a YouTube channel with both English and French, but
Did they?
just
Oh, okay.
just 2:15 in the afternoon when Parliament is sitting, just turn on question period. Just turn it on.
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes of your day, and you watch all the parties start to talk about the things that they want to talk about, and you'll see the Conservatives and Pierre's bitching and complaining about how everything is terrible.
Can
And
I
then
get that on like the computer?
yeah, you can the CPAC live streams question period every single day. at
And
2:15.
there'll be an English one as well.
There's an English, there's a French, there's a Inuit dub as well, which is also really cool. But
Well, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely take that into consideration and look at that because I am trying to like be more informed because like I said, I want to run these more
yeah,
informal conversations.
the challenge with social media is people are not required on social media to disclose their political contributions. So if
Yeah.
I publicly say, because I believe in that transparency, that I am a New Democrat at the core. I'm a New Democrat member. I'm a voting New Democrat, and I don't hide that. I tell people that I politically contribute to the New Democratic Party. I campaign for the New Democratic Party. That's just who I am. I
That's
disclose
awesome.
that.
Like I
But
said, you're welcome here anytime. We need people that know what they're doing.
but there are creators, and I'm not going to name any because I don't want to start
Yeah.
that drama. But there are creators on this app and elsewhere that I know for a fact are pushing a little bit more of a conservative agenda or
Yeah.
pushing more of even a liberal agenda that are directly compensated by those two respective parties.
I mean,
So
honestly, I'm not really registered at any party because like I haven't voted at all. I've only been in Canada for like 5 years. I am a dual citizen, so I do have the right to vote. But like this is the first time that I'm actually even getting into Canadian politics. I did study Canadian politics though at university for like a semester, but that's about the extent of what I know about Canadian politics. So like I'm a bit like I need to be more informed is what I'm gonna say, but that's what I'm
listen,
trying to do now. So
listen.
that
I have a master's in political science, and I still don't understand Canadian politics some days. Like it's such a weird little system that has evolved from the Westminster system in England that we created,
Yeah.
and it's just weird. And I try my best to explain it in the most easiest terms for people to understand. But like there's complicated legal conversations that happen when it comes to politics, like the paramountcy conversation. This idea that the higher level of the branch of government has the ability to govern for the lower branch if the lower branch isn't doing anything. So let's
Yeah.
put that into perspective. The federal government is saying, hey, provinces, you're not doing a good enough job with housing, so we're going to take over housing from you, right? They have the legal authority to do that, but at the same time, the provinces have the legal authority to sue and bring that to the Supreme Court, and then that's a Supreme Court decision. Like this is the thing, is like there's so many tiny little idiosyncrasies that make our government work, and
Yeah.
it's just I don't even know what to say. It's just
Yeah.
it's a
I
weird.
feel like it's a mixture between like the British government and then obviously some parts of like America. And like obviously because I grew up in the UK, I already know about House of Commons and Parliament from a UK position, right?
Mhm.
But then I'm coming here and it's like it's kind of similar but not quite the same. So it's like
Yeah, because the UK also doesn't have treaties that they have with the indigenous people, which complicates
yeah.
Canadian politics even more, right? And like, I don't know. Well, it's the Westminster system at its core, but again, we've evolved it into something like in Canada, which is different than the United States. But in Canada, in the House of Commons, you can't say if somebody is lying, which is the dumbest thing on the planet. So
Yeah.
if a politician is lying, another politician can't stand up and say, "Sir, you are lying." That's against the rules. You can get kicked out of Parliament for doing that.
Yeah, it's actually interesting watching the House of Commons Canada versus the House of Commons UK.
I mean, anyways.
It's interesting. But anyway, you can carry on if you want. You're more than welcome to stay here for as long as you want.
It's 2 in the morning, and I do need to
It
get
is
going to
late.
bed. But
Well, like I said, you're more than welcome to come back when I run this topic again, which will probably be quite frequent since I want to make sure it's seen often for the election. But I don't know if what is your name? Lexico, if you have anything else you want to say.
well, if I can just say, then I'll go. I just want to say something real quickly. I just want to address a comment real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Lake Life has said it, and there's others that are saying in the comment, like, oh, JB's just biased. JB's biased towards, the left. And I've openly admit on my channel and with everything that I do have a left bias in the things I talk about and my opinion on things. But the thing is that in politics, you need to understand your bias. And if you go to any sort of basic poli-sci 101 class, the first thing that you do in that class is you determine what your bias is. You do a political compass test. You do all these different tests to see where you align on the political spectrum. And in order for you to, apply the scientific method towards these complicated political discussions, you need to first understand your bias. And if you do not understand your bias, if you don't know your bias, then you can't have these debates and these conversations because you don't know where you stand. Or if you know your bias, you can be rooted, you can be entrenched, and you say, this is what I stand for. But then that allows you to also listen to the other side and see what they stand for, despite you maybe not agreeing with it. So this whole
Well, that's why I'm trying to read the Conservative Manifesto. Like,
Well, I think that's what Lake Life is trying to say. It's kind of just contributing to, I guess, an echo chamber in a certain regard. I think that's just what she's trying to.
I mean, I'd even plan on. I'm even gonna try and read through the PPC manifesto, even though they have no chance of winning. But like, I should at least be informed what they're advocating, even if I disagree. Like, I'm gonna read through it because I think it's important to know what you disagree with.
Well, it's funny with the PPC, they were having a rally in Christie Pitts Park in Toronto. And Christie Pitts is known for having a history with the far right. Just look up the Christie Pitts riots. I'm not going to get into the complicated history of that park. But there's a reason that the far right party is having rallies in that park. I'll just leave it there. But anyways, I was walking by Christie Pitts Park, and the PPC was having a rally, and Maxime Bernier was getting up the stage. And I walked up to him and said, hey, Maxime, can I get a picture with you? And my girlfriend at the time was ready to take our picture, and I put my thumbs up and like, smile if you're a racist. And he smiled and got the picture of it. And then I was quickly shooed away from security.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, read the PPC manifesto. Read all these parties' manifestos. It's important to do that. But also, I think one of the first things anybody can do, not just you, Emily, is do a political compass test.
Oh yeah, someone already sent me that, and I'm planning on doing that absolutely when I get off there.
I made a political compass test on TikTok as a filter, so you can do it on TikTok.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like that. That's the first.
I am British, but I'm a dual citizen.
I'm Irish dual.
Yeah, so I can vote here. I have the right. So.
Yeah.
But no, I am gonna do. I mean. I don't know. I feel like I'm leaning more left, but like, I don't know. I need to do it to figure it out. It could be that I'm more liberal. I don't know. I seem awfully like very close to the Liberal Party, so I don't know what that says about me.
Well, hey, if you do the political compass test, it'll tell you on the left-hand side what party you align with the most based off of their current party platform.
Yeah.
So it's an important little tool to do. And before I start really any complicated debate with somebody, I'd like to say, have you done this first of all? So you know where you are.
apparently though that like the Liberal Party though, like on a global perspective, is actually like center right. Is
They
that
are.
accurate?
That is true.
I didn't
So
even know that. Where do you find that information?
so liberalism, the broader ideology of liberalism.
Yeah.
Don't think of the party name, because the
Right.
Liberal Party is just a name. It's not.
Okay.
But liberalism is a center right ideology. It
Oh.
is a fiscally conservative ideology, so they believe in private enterprise. They're pro-capitalist. They believe in a free market. But on the left side, they're okay with the LGBTQ. They're okay with immigration, all these things that would be deemed more socially acceptable.
So do the Liberal Party represent aspects of liberalism then?
Yeah, the Canadian Liberal Party I put as a dead center party. And again, it's
Dead
dependent
center,
on the
okay.
leader, right? The leader.
What about the
might fit-
NDP? Is that then right?
The NDP would be a left-wing party. They
Just
would be-
left, not far left?
They would just be not far left, not even close. That's the thing. I'm a democratic socialist, and I'm a political orphan in this country. There's no party that recognizes me. But
JB, I
Yeah,
think
I'm
you're
I'm
saying
kind of
that-
left as well. Like, and I know about I know about the right. I don't think that I haven't done my research on what's like right ideology. Like I'm not right. I know that I'm not right.
yeah, and you can kind of get a basis by just asking very simple questions. If I asked you, hey, are you okay with gay people getting married?
Yeah,
Right.
hold on, JB. I
I'm
feel
part of the community, so I don't
Right.
have to.
Exactly.
if I'm not mistaken on this, I feel like the Conservative Party in Canada kind of more closely aligns with the Democratic Party in the States, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of
They used to, not anymore. I would say in the Bush era, like the George Bush era, and in turn the Stephen Harper era, the conservatives were more aligned with the Democratic Party in the United States. But
So
now
is the Democratic Party just a right then or center right?
the Democratic Party in the United States is a center right party. There is no left wing party in the United States. It's center right or right wing.
And then Republican is just far right. Is that
There,
correct?
the Republicans at this
Very
point,
far
I would put into the right to far right.
yeah.
Here. The thing
That's
is, it's all
unfortunate.
dependent on your country's Overton window, right? And the Overton window is the window where, when you look at a political party, if they deemed that that's acceptable. For example, if some party came out tomorrow, and this party does exist, but there's the Communist Party in Canada. They run a candidate in every single riding in this country, yet they don't get a significant number of votes because our Overton window in Canada says that communism is bad, right? So people don't tend to support that. So the Overton window in the United States has shifted so far right that a left-wing party is just not even viable, right? In Canada, our Overton window is a little bit more broader and a little bit more open. So we do have like the New Democrats and we have the Green Party and these parties that are actually winning seats and attempting to form any form of government, right? So but yes, like Joe Biden, the president of the United States, if he was in Canada, he would probably be a more right-wing liberal, like what we call a small L liberal in Canada.
Would he be conservative or not?
Back in the day, he probably would have been considered a conservative. But again, that Overton window is shifting for the conservatives, so it's shifting more right. And I would put the Canadian Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre firmly in that right-wing category. They're because they're trying to get those PPC voters. The PPC got 680,000 votes last election. They
Yeah,
want those votes back.
PPC is far right. Is that right?
Yep, they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
When we want to talk about immigration, they don't want to let any immigrants in, not a single one.
No. Wait,
And-
do we is there like a Canadian far left party?
The Greens, no? I mean, the
No,
Green,
Greens are actually, funny enough, the Greens are actually a center party. They are
I-
environmentally far left. So for environmentalism, they are considered a far left party.
I find
But-
the Green Party ridiculous almost just because of the nuclear stance. I can't get behind a party that would call itself
There are
environmental.
majority of the Green Party members, and there is a large contingent of Green Party members that are anti-abortion, anti-LGBTQ.
It's a weird party.
It's just like this party that is so far left when it comes to environmentalism, right? But they are so like nature is the best way, then nature is the only way, that they view any sort of like transitioning or abortion as an against nature perspective. It's weird.
Yeah. So, is
just
there
to
a far
intervene.
left party?
I
Well,
mean,
the
there
Communist
is,
Party
but
is
they're
the
not popular.
There's
What
the
is it?
Communist Party, there is the Marxist Party, there is the
Oh.
Dem Sox in some ridings, but again, they're not viable. They just don't have the leadership and the
Yeah.
sort of chutzpah, I guess you could say, to
So we
get
don't really have a far left like party here that's really like prominent.
I mean,
No,
JB,
I
I feel
mean,
like if
the
you're gonna stretch it,
NDPs
if you're
are
gonna stretch, you could probably say the Working People's Party, but even that isn't. This is what I meant
yeah, there's
earlier
also
when I
the
said there's
marijuana
no
party and
left.
stuff.
The
There's
is
no
that a
actual
marijuana party?
There is.
The what?
That's fucking funny. I
Yeah,
can't
like
imagine
what?
what their policies are.
Well, the marijuana party actually almost won a seat in 2011.
That's incredible.
Before cannabis was legalized in our country, that was their whole platform, is they wanted to legalize cannabis, and they almost won a seat in the mainland of BC in 2011.
Wow.
They got second place.
I suppose it's kind of pointless now because they've already got what they wanted.
Yeah. But hey, no, it's funny enough that the marijuana party, and this is a good example of how these sort of smaller fringe parties can actually change the party's stance. So after 2011, when the marijuana party got second place in inner mainland BC, the BC government, knowing and seeing that they almost lost the riding to this party, changed their stance on cannabis legislation, actually decriminalized cannabis in 2011 because of that result. So like this is like these parties can do something even though they don't actually have any viability at a grand scale. But like look at the Bloc Québécois. It's a party that exists federally that only runs in the province of Quebec. And the funny thing is there's enough seats in Quebec that mathematically speaking they could win an election and become prime minister. There is a scenario that you can run mathematically that puts the Bloc Québécois winning a minority government, which is just hilarious to think about. But yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Anyway, yeah, like it's all things considered, our system is weird, but I like to say that the wheels of our government grind exceptionally slow, but they move exceptionally well. Because as crazy as it seems, as loud as it may seem some days, when you think about it and you look at question period and you go to the Government of Canada's website to see the legislation being passed, whether you agree with the legislation or not, it's not the question. Legislation's getting passed, laws are being made, things are changing in our country. And it's doing so peacefully, right? You don't hear about insurrections and coups attempts in Canada, right? It's this peaceful little country that sometimes is weird when it comes to our politics.
Yeah, it's interesting though to learn about it.
Yep. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed because it's bedtime for me.
I do appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'll
Nice to meet you, Jamie.
Yeah, no, I've seen you around, Usman. I think we've talked before. I feel like we have. But
We met. Wait, JB, are you in Alberta? You're not. You're in Ontario, I guess.
no,
right?
I'm in Ontario. I live
I was actually approached to run for the NDP here in my province. Like, I love the NDP. That's my own party right
Oh,
now.
what, provincially or federally?
Provincially.
That's cool. I mean, you would have a shot to actually be in government
Yeah.
if you did it provincially.
Wait, how are you managing the conservative hit though, JB?
How am I managing what?
The conservative hit, like they got like in Toronto, St. John, the conservatives got the
Oh,
by-election.
it's Toronto St. Paul.
Yeah.
So when and this will be my fun, but then I do have to go to bed. But
Okay.
I moved. I live in the GTA now. I don't live right in urban Toronto, but
Oh.
when I lived in urban Toronto for 15 years of my life, and I specifically lived in the riding of Davenport. Davenport borders Toronto St. Paul to the northwest or northeast. Davenport is probably the most socialist riding in our entire country. It is like conservatives are a distant fifth in that riding. Like it's just insane. Toronto St. Paul is no different. It is a very left wing riding. Why the conservatives won it was, one, they only won it by 600 votes. Two, it was a by-election in June, and the voting day was the day of Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. So people were not really engaged in voting. They were planning their evenings. They were doing different things.
Yeah, but JB, does that not bring up the issue that I feel like it's kind of disingenuous to kind of ignore the fact that I know it's far away from election, but the Conservatives are out polling the Liberals by a significant margin, and that seat, which has been held by, I believe, the Liberals for forever.
It's
almost.
92.
Yeah, has switched, and is that not a sign of things to come, in your opinion, or is that just kind of an off?
So I talked about this on my podcast because it was this requires a very more detailed discussion about this riding and this anomaly of these Conservatives taking this very, very safe Liberal seat. So on top of the things that I already mentioned, with it being a summer by-election, the day of the Stanley Cup final, with voter turnout in 43%, so very, very low turnout, all things considered. The candidate leaving was Caroline Bennett, and she was a very popular Liberal individual in that riding, local businesswoman. The candidate the Liberals put in was a parachute candidate from Edmonton. And I know Toronto very well. They will not vote for an Albertan. We just won't. We just won't do it. So, and Dawn, the Conservative candidate who won, is from Toronto, Bay Street executive, has a future in the Conservative Party. And the Conservatives pumped a shit ton of money into that riding, like a shit ton. So it's not going to stay blue. The Liberals are going to take it back, guaranteed, in 2025, the actual general election, when people are actually paying attention. It is the Conservatives took advantage of an unpopular Liberal candidate in a riding that is contested between both the Liberals and the New Democrats. We're also, two other quick things. One, the New Democrats got 6,800 votes away from the Liberal Party. So they stole votes from the Liberals. And remember, the Conservatives only won by 600 votes. So you can do the math very easily there.
Can I quickly bring up the fact, here's the thing, just a quick point. I always hear that the Liberals and NUP are kind of like splitting votes, which I do agree with. There's definitely some overlap, but is there overlap with the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party? Because I do know a lot of people fluctuate between the Liberals and the Conservatives in terms of who they're voting for. So
not as much as you think. There is an overlap. There definitely is, but the overlap between the New Democrats and the Liberals is far more defined.
Yeah,
you can definitely see the vote split happen in these respected decisions. And then finally, there was 84 independent candidates on the by-election that all collectively got 3,000 to 4,000 votes. So there is a theory that, and there was some independent candidates that didn't even vote for themselves. So there's a theory that there was a jump of independent candidates, that some organization just registered a bunch of people on the ballot to confuse people. Imagine going to vote and having a 2-page ballot, and you had to pick one person from that. Right? I think at the general, when that's a much more refined with 6 to 8 to 10 people, I think you're going to see a very different result. And I think the Liberals will ultimately take it back.
I mean, I agree with all that. I mean, that's all fair, but there is a small portion of that obviously is attributed to the unpopularity of the Liberals currently, whether maybe that changes in the next year, but there definitely is an aspect of that historically safe riding.
If there was a vote margin in the 10 to 20 to 30 points, I would agree with you. But the fact that this was 600 votes with a 43% turnout, if it was a 53% turnout, it would have been a very different result. Because that's 600 votes in an urban Toronto riding. That's not a lot. That's an apartment complex. Easy, right? So this is what I mean. It's like it's if this was a higher margin or a rural riding, then I would say something that would be concerning to watch. But for Toronto St. Paul to flip with a well-funded Conservative candidate from Toronto and a parachute candidate from Edmonton for the Liberals, it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. So, anyways.
Take care, JB.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'll be around. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you.
Alex, I did want to quickly address something you said about not supporting nuclear power, but being environmentally friendly as being two contradictory viewpoints to hold. Do
Yeah.
you know how much it costs to build for example, a wind farm or one wind turbine in Canada?
I'd assume probably, I know wind has been getting cheaper and obviously renewables as a whole have been getting cheaper. So probably not that much, but I do know that, I mean, this is kind of my own opinion, but it's kind of backed by science. Nuclear is not the best, but definitely one of the best and most efficient options in terms of transitioning away from fossil fuels. Kind of as a stepping stone, or if we figure out fusion and making that viable, kind of powering the future.
How are you measuring efficiency in this scenario? Are you talking about cost effectiveness, or are you talking about something else?
Well, in terms of the sheer output of a nuclear power plant.
Of course. That's fair. But it's a matter of development. When we are looking to deploy a technology, we take into account the cost of it, right? The price. How much is it going to cost us to make this thing and maintain it and decommission it when it needs to be taken down, correct?
Yes.
So if you take a look at the cost to build one wind turbine, it ranges from about 2 million to 4 million Canadian dollars. And one wind turbine can produce, based on which model you're getting, between 2 to 3 megawatts of electricity. So you're paying about 1.5 million for 1 megawatt. That is the ratio. Per megawatt, you pay about $1.5 million to build it. And then, in terms of maintenance, wind turbines are fairly cheap to maintain, and decommissioning is very inexpensive. A nuclear power plant costs $5 to $10 billion to build, to produce 1,100 megawatts, which is a lot, of course.
Yeah,
but that comes to 5.5 million at a bare minimum, $5.5 million per megawatt of electricity. And now take into account the maintenance cost of a nuclear power plant, that is substantially higher than wind farms.
Okay, I disagree with you on the maintenance aspect of it. I know the initial building cost of nuclear power plants is extremely expensive, but I'm under the impression that it's quite relatively cheap to run them, and they're extremely
That is incorrect. It costs millions of dollars to run them every year. Do you know how much it costs to decommission a nuclear power plant? Because after 20 to 40 years, you have to do that.
I don't know the specifics of it. I
Take a guess. How much do you think it will cost to decommission a nuclear power plant?
I mean, probably in the high hundreds of millions.
Yeah, it costs over 300 million, up to $600 million to decommission it after that time period. It is financially a bad decision to invest. If you have funding to build something for producing electricity, it is way more flexible and way more cost effective to build a wind farm or a combination of solar, geothermal, hydro. There's so many other better technologies.
Well, okay, I'd say first of all, hydro is damaging for the environment, so I wouldn't include that.
It depends how you implement it.
But in general, it is much more damaging than nuclear, wind, or solar. But it's more of my personal opinion, because I mean, you can argue that if we do find a way to make fusion viable, it is quite literally the only power source we will ever need. So that's kind of my stance on it, is kind of investing in nuclear energy is a good idea, and especially not really in Canada because we already have such a high percentage of renewable energy, but just worldwide, especially in countries like China or in developing nations, kind of investing in nuclear energy. I agree that wind and solar. I'm not too big on hydro because of the damage that it can cause to the environment. But those nuclear in specific is just so beneficial for transitioning away from fossil fuels, because fossil fuels do produce a lot of electricity, but they're extremely harmful to the environment. And nuclear produces that amount while not being harmful to the environment almost at all. With the current technology we have, nuclear is like near zero risk in using nuclear. So obviously with the scares in the past with Chernobyl and Fukushima, I think that's obviously a reason I can see why people are hesitant towards nuclear. But Now, a lot of people don't know that Ontario is primarily ran on nuclear energy. So, I mean, it is the future in terms. Yeah, I know nuclear fusion, if it ever comes, but if it does come, it'll be the only energy source we will ever need, like ever. There will not be another energy source we'll have to use.
And but you understand, like, as an environmentalist, coming from that aspect, to just say, like, well, nuclear, it's an expensive option. It needs a lot more maintenance. It's very expensive to decommission them safely. There's a slew of problems, and then there's a potential risk that people are afraid of or whatnot. But that's not as big a deal. That aside, it's like if you get funding to build a nuclear plant, you can build far more. You can produce a lot more energy building other means of energy production that are clean, so just wind and solar, for example, and then have money left over to do other stuff with it as well.
No, I completely agree with you. I think that all three of them, and primarily wind and solar, are the future. But you do need to have kind of a baseline grid in terms of if it's not windy or if it's not sunny. So I just rather have nuclear than.
But you realize you build with the money that you'd save. You build dynamos. You build like water storage facilities for electricity instead of building batteries necessarily, right? There's plenty of options there for storing the energy. That's the problem that you solve instead with that. You'd have literally like $1 billion left over. You can solve that problem.
Okay, no, I agree with you that wind, with the developments recently, in particular, wind and solar are probably better than nuclear. But are you opposed to nuclear energy?
Yes, I think it's a waste of money right now. That's what I'm saying. It's very expensive. Our money can be used better alternatively, and we can issue programs like, for example, like people having electric vehicles, we can use those as storage containers for electricity. When we're producing too much, we store it in their people's vehicles and withdraw from those when we need it. Like, there's so many ways around the need for this storage, like water dynamos and so many more things.
No, I get it. Like I see where you're coming from. It's just more. I'm trying to talk more generally, not really in Canada. In Canada, we kind of have like a pretty efficient energy system. I mean, primarily from like Quebec and their hydro system, but it's more just talking generally. Like China, like if you want China to transition away from fossil fuels, which they are, I mean, you can't expect to replace energy production of that magnitude within a few years or a decade by just implementing wind and solar, which, yes, is efficient.
Yes, you can. That's the thing. That's just it. Yes, you can. The amount of money it costs them to build nuclear plants will far exceed the investment required to replace that energy with wind and solar. That's the whole point.
Antonio said nuclear is too expensive. Yes, it's very expensive, but it's cheaper and cleaner. Nuclear energy is not dirty. There's nothing.
Yeah, it is. The water that's left behind is incredibly toxic, and
but that's confined
the
to
nuclear waste.
The nuclear waste that I'll disagree with you on is that's almost a non-factor. The amount of nuclear waste produced by the new plants, especially in Ontario and the new ones worldwide, is almost negligible. Like they can fit in like 20 years worth of production, 40 years worth of production can fit in an extremely small space.
Yeah, but it is dirty, right? Like you're saying it's still
clean. There's always going to be some sort of byproduct. Even with wind, the turbines need to replace, and those go in landfill. There's always going to be
the turbines are made of recyclable material.
Well, yes, but there's still going to be some sort of damage to the environment. Even though renewable energy is much better than fossil fuels, there's always going to be some sort, whether it comes to batteries in terms of solar panels. There's always going to be some harm to the environment. I don't think that nuclear has really any extensive damage to the environment. It is one of the cleanest forms of energy in terms of emissions. Yes, there are other issues with the waste byproduct, which is becoming less and less of an issue. Then they can recycle it now. But I don't know. It's kind of like a very specific topic, but that's the reason why I'm kind of against the Green Party as a whole, is because I can see advocating for wind and solar, but you need to also understand that there is a baseline grid, and until we have the full technology to store energy more efficiently, because there is no efficient way to store energy that we have right now. Batteries are not efficient at all, and they're extremely harmful to the environment. Until we find a way to store energy more efficiently, we'll always need that baseline energy, and I think that's what nuclear provides.
These are solved issues right now, Alex. Here's the thing. You take the amount of investment required for a nuclear plant. So let's say the cheapest nuclear plant Canada can buy right now is $6 billion. With $6 billion, you can buy with $2 billion, $3 billion enough wind and solar to substitute that same megawatt production, 1,100 megawatts, that nuclear plant could potentially produce. You can substitute that, and then you still have another $2 billion left. You can create water dynamos, you can create batteries even if you want it, and store that energy and work with it. Like, there's way cheaper alternative systems that you can implement to nuclear energy.
Honestly, I'm not familiar with water dynamos. I just know that batteries are one of the most inefficient ways of storing energy.
I know. That's why I was suggesting water dynamos preferably.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to go too far into this because I don't know much about water dynamos.
It's very simple. You're basically lifting water up vertically, so it has gravitational potential, and you let it down when you need to use it and have a turbine that rotates as the water flows down.
Again, it just, for me, I mean, obviously I haven't seen that, and I believe you. I agree that that's a good alternative. It's more just having obviously that baseline, and then just the potential, and I don't think you can ignore that, is that if we do figure out fusion, which, I mean, we figured it out, but figuring out a way to make it sustainable and efficient, then there's no question that all energy would be replaced with fusion. There's no
we can hope for that. Yeah, I can agree with you there. Like, that's fine. But
yeah,
I don't see nuclear fusion as a viable option at the moment, and nuclear power is just too expensive.
No, I agree with you, and that's honestly.
We don't need necessarily nuclear. We don't need so many nuclear power plants to still pursue nuclear fusion as an option. Not every nuclear power plant is used as a research center.
Agreed. I just, it's more just, I mean, obviously I don't want to go into it because I don't know about dynamos, but it's more of just, that's my opinion, and my statement, or I'm sorry, my stance is that having that baseline energy is important. And I agree that further energy production should be directed towards renewables. But having that baseline, I think, is important for large cities where, if it doesn't, if it's not sunny or if it's not windy, then you still need that energy. But yeah, anyways, it's kind of like a really specific topic.
I do have to get going. It was nice to meet everyone. Thanks for letting me dive into that, Emily. I appreciate you not.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for coming out.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good one.
I think, unless you want to talk about anything, if you have anything else specifically to talk about, I think I may get going as well. I'll still stick around for a bit in the chat, but
Do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
I mean, unless you have anything to bring up with me, I'd like to see someone else's opinion on it. I feel like
not for now. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna try to run these lives more regularly, so like you'll be able to see more conversations. But I think for now, I don't think there's much else that we can discuss for this live.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. Well, I'll be back.
But I do appreciate you for coming.
Of course. Thank you so much, bud.
Have a good one. All right, guys. I think that I will probably get off because I'm kind of getting late. But I do want to, before I do, I just want to let everyone know I'm gonna try and change up my lives now that it's like we're not in Pride Month anymore. So I think next live will be about victim shaming. So if you guys want to talk about the growing concern surrounding that's going to be the live that I do tomorrow. And I think that I will do this live again, probably not till Sunday. So come back Sunday and I'll be doing another Canadian politics live. But I'm also going to try and feed in like abortion, feminist topics, even religion. So stay tuned because I'm going to try to mix it up a bit. Katie, I don't know if you're still awake. I think Katie fell asleep. But I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go, but see you on Sunday for another Canadian politics, and then on tomorrow for victim shaming. Have a good one.